All right. So threw up a recording there. Let's see here. I should still be sharing. Sharing's good. So I want to throw this link in the chat there. This is not a fancy website. All right. This is just something I threw together here last night as we're going to be throwing a lot of links around. We're going to be throwing a lot of what commands to put in if for those of you that want to follow along. Mostly for you guys to be able to reference down in the past. So for now, I'm just literally running this as a dev machine. Please don't attempt to break it and do a bunch of other stuff. It's really just meant for us to have a reference here today. And I'm doing live coding behind the scenes. So when I hit save, it immediately changes. You guys just refresh the page and all the commands show up on the page. So these are a couple ones just to get us started here this morning. We'll go in much more detail as we go through it. But don't expect fanciness, right? So as we get in here, we're going to talk a little bit about Docker to get us going. It's really just links to get us out to certain places. When we get into actually building out full-blown templates, then I got some commands and things we can do in there. So hopefully that'll make it easier for you guys. When we're all done, I'll actually host this publicly at that same URL, except minus the 5,000. It's really just there on a 5,000 as a development running on my laptop. When we're all done with this week, I'll actually publish it out to that URL so you guys will have access to those links. Hopefully format it, make it look a little better, but you got it. It's really just function right now, trying to spit out some pages so you guys are able to copy and paste because I know dumping console commands into the chat here is not going to be the way to go. So, all right. So hopefully everybody got a little bit of that. For those of you that were hanging around late last night, or should say in the evening, as we were kind of closing out, JB had a couple ideas and a couple websites that he found here, and I'll throw them in some links here too. We went through several different ones. This first one here was an interesting one from Bordergate, which would help you set up a CTF type exercise on Proxmox. It is going to use a little bit of tools like Terraform and Ansible, which how many of you guys have actually used any of the HashiCorp and Terraform, Packer, that kind of stuff? At least one? Okay, great. So they're cool tools. They do a really cool function when they get out there in use, but I will admit it can be a little overwhelming if you're not used to working in virtualization or doing things like infrastructure as code, which is really what Terraform's all about. So I'm going to try to bring that down to something that hopefully we're all familiar with in the virtualization side, and just going with the basics. So I can take this same kind of concept and we can break it down to be a little bit easier. This one, if you try to follow it line by line, it won't quite work. There's been some changes and some updates to the templates. But what I did like about it is it gave me some groundwork to go there. So, for example, when they're talking about this Ubuntu template, that is something, we started to do, but the commands don't work. There's updated ones on that URL that I gave you. So that little website we talked about here today, you can go in and this is the actual commands you would want to use. Now, on something like this, I do make a mention up here at the top. For folders like this, where it's mount, PVE, NetLab 1, I wrote this with the intention of it working on a NetLab infrastructure because a lot of my NetLab admins out there are going to want to deploy these kind of VMs out there, especially with the new Proxmox backend. You can absolutely do this without NetLab or anything else. That's just the naming structure that we had people set stuff up on the backside. You will follow something probably a little closer to that capture the flag where they're sending you off to this varlibs template ISO directory. And so I'll put that up there. Eventually, I'll modify the website so you can choose whether you're using NetLab or not as a backend. And then if not, you would just follow along with this ISO directory. That'll be the same thing for today. So if you watch me kind of go through here, and I'll be honest, today, the next 2 days are not going to be a very prescriptive click this, do this. My goal is to keep it a lot like the way we ended yesterday, where it's very much a workshop. Everybody's kind of participating, whether it's helping with code or whether it's just thoughts and ideas of what you would like to see or how you would implement it in the classroom. You can contribute at whatever level you're comfortable with. All right. But this was the part where, if we were in a physical classroom, we'd be circled around and trying to figure out how we want to build this little section. My goal from my side was just to help you with all the tech side and actually make sure that we accomplish the ideas. But for the most part, I just need ideas. And that's usually how I operate anyway. I let somebody come up with some ideas. JB found some great ideas. And then we went a little step further and created this template here, which I will try to get posted out there on that link as a PDF. Let me just save that, see if I can do that real quick. That was another reason I threw up that website, was it was going to be easier for me to save some files out. And I don't know where I saved that. So let's try again. In the working connections folder. All right, give me a second. We'll get a link out there. So our workshops, summer working connections, and our PDF there. I'm going to rename that just for a second. And ICS OTCT. Throw some underscores in there so we don't have some scripting issues. Great. And then I'll throw that on the back side of our system. No idea if this is going to work, but we're going to give it a shot. And so now off this main website, if you do a /ICS ITCTF.PDF. Nope. It was wishful thinking. Let me see what I messed up here. Try that again. All right, that way won't work. I will build that in and we'll get a little bit one for that coming up there. Let's see. I see the Proxmox Labs crossing multiple classes. Yeah, you got it. This is really just to kind of keep us going up there. So I'll get us a link, but at the end of the day, this little Word document that JB came up with is he went out and challenged, I believe, Gemini, wasn't it, JB?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Um, I will he went out and challenged Gemini to kind of help him write a CTF exercise. And as you see through here, it kind of gave us a lab setup of what we should try to build out in terms of different PLC, engineering workstations, things like that. What would happen on these physical simulators? Obviously, that's going to be optional, but something we could potentially build out. And then build in some infections into this OT network so that we would have something to try to find what's going on. Gave us a list of tools here, and we can see these. Some of these we're familiar with. So, like I said, Proxmox, we used to have a ESXi workstation, etc. On the SCADA software, this free SCADA, open SCADA, these are very similar to like the FUXA system that we talked about, or SCADA BR. On the PLC emulation, right off the bat, we have OpenPLC, so we're at least familiar with it. A couple of these other ones are going to be vendor specific. Factory IO is really cool, however, pretty expensive. So if you were looking to do a bunch of this at your institution, I say pretty expensive. It's not outrageous, but it does have some cost to it. But what's cool about this one is it will allow you to do full-blown PLC training. This is really what you would have if you were training in the industrial, programming PLCs. That's really what this software is meant for. And so there's different tiers you can get in where you want to build out and have to program them, write the ladder code, that kind of stuff. But it is kind of slick because you can build out your entire factory as you go through here. So it's pretty cool. You can get a 30-day free trial, and I've played with it. It's again a lot of fun. But on the cost side, it can get kind of high depending on what you want it to do. And then some of these other ones I've seen, like the Modbus Profinet containers and stuff like that. We may search out and see if we can't find some Docker containers that would help us out with PLC emulation, or if we need to stick with this open PLC stuff like the labs we showed. Simple network analysis. These are some software packages we're familiar with. We've used them this week. Basic web servers, web cracking, and then of course Metasploit to do that. What this one was handy with is it does the standard CTFD style format for flags. So usually you have this flag with curly braces, and then whatever the string is inside there, that's the answer that the students would submit. And we're going to go over CTFD here in a little bit, so that makes a little more sense. In this first phase, they wanted you to come through and create some flags. So we would hide, a hidden file called initial recon, and that they would have to go through and find that file. And when they did, it would give them a flag, and also a non-standard port or a place to hide that. So this is all pretty cool layout. This is one option. Obviously, we can play around with AI today and LLMs and see if we can come up with some better ideas, or additional ideas that would go along with this. For the most part, this all makes sense. Some of it's just going to take quite a bit of time to develop. It's not that it can't be done, it just needs time to develop. So where I wanted to kind of start this morning was how many of you had access to a Proxmox setup today as we go through and build these VMs, or you intend to watch? That's kind of what I want to get a balance of. So if you could raise your hand if you have Proxmox today that you plan to follow along on the VM building. Okay, a lot of watch. Ravi's going to be there, observe. Okay, okay. So it sounds like I'll have a handful of those that are going to be following along, and then the other ones are going to be mostly watching and observing. That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. That's the beauty of this, is it's all going to be recorded, so you can come back, take a look later. As long as you guys are okay with that, and that's exactly what you were hoping for out of the workshop, then I'm okay with that. Most of you, are you running on Windows, Linux? Yeah, it's a great question there. So for getting Proxmox, I believe I linked that into the website there that I gave you. Think if I was started to anyway. Yeah, Proxmox install. So this will take you out to the server install. You can go and grab the download, and then if you have an old laptop or something laying around, you can use Rufus or something to burn that ISO and be able to go through there. And Rufus, if you're not familiar with it, several ones out there, but Rufus works pretty well. This is just a way that you can download this program. You point it to that ISO, plug in your USB, and it makes it bootable installations. It works really, really well. And I'll throw this link up here as well. Let's see. Can it be done in virtual, like VirtualBox? You could probably build most of these VMs in VirtualBox. When it comes time to export it so that you can host it or something like that, you may run into a snag, but you could absolutely do it in VirtualBox or even VMware Workstation if you wanted to. There'll be slight differences that we're doing in here because I'm going to try to focus towards the Proxmox side, only because that's where a lot of people are switching now that they can't afford the VMware side, but VirtualBox can absolutely be done. Yep. Let's see here. So here's Rufus. Let me grab that. I'm going to put that in with the Proxmox install here real quick. We're gonna test this live if I can adjust URLs and everything on the fly. So okay, if you go back and you refresh that page, I'm gonna have too many browser windows open here before I get done. There you go. We refresh this page, go to Proxmox install. There should be a Rufus download there now as well. Okay. And again, these should pop out so that we can keep following along with whatever we end up doing out here. So good. The little mini website is up and running, and we can adjust it on the fly. I like it. It's a good thing I had some extra monitors laying here. So what is native to Proxmox? Proxmox is mostly KVM based. So if you develop it in VirtualBox and those or QEMU, you can pretty much bring it in there too.
So VirtualBox is what you recommend.
For the desktop portion, like if you're building it for now, I honestly haven't built a whole lot in there yet. I just had a Proxmox install and I do it straight on the server. I was very similar on the ESXi side of the house, unless I had to run Workstation in order to pull that off.
So native is Proxmox. Just do it in there.
Yeah, oh yeah. If you have a Proxmox install, I just do it live from there because
Okay.
then you're gonna have, everything's gonna be baked in, ready to roll at that point. So for example, most of what I'm going to demo here, or what you're going to see on screen, is just this little dev cluster. You don't have to have three or anything like that. That's just what I have as a little development environment as we play today. All right. So even if you don't have that, the good news is I'm going to at least try to get you guys up and running with Docker containers. And so I know most of you don't haven't played with Docker based off yesterday and raising hands, but we could recheck in. How many of you have at least played with Docker or know the concept of Docker? Okay, great. Great. There's actually much more than I remember from yesterday. Okay, good. So if you have Docker Desktop installed, then you're going to be able to follow along with this really well. If you don't have Docker Desktop installed, there again, I threw the links out there off the website. So if you go to install Docker, there's the Docker install steps. If you're running Windows, which I assume most of you are, then you can simply follow the instructions for this WSL backend, and it's really easy to get set up. You basically drop to a command line, make sure you're at version 2, do your install, and then from installing the software, you literally just grab it from them and start Docker Desktop. So it's not overly complicated. This is if you want to do fancy stuff with it. But Docker Desktop is a great way to get started for this Docker site. And it'll look something like this, right? So in this case, I have the terminal open, but what this will allow you to do is run simple little Docker containers so you don't have to do full-blown virtual VMs. The benefit there is we don't have to have the overhead of a virtual machine, and having to configure it and then put in Docker on top of that. There'll be a use case for that down the road, but for now, when we're just doing some development, Docker Desktop is really, really easy to use. It's free. All you have to do is just follow those steps to get it installed. And so what's nice is CTFD is the platform that we've been talking about for capture the flag stuff, and I should have a link to that here on the website for the CTFD GitHub. And so with this GitHub, you could check out this code, you can modify it and do a couple things in there. They do have example Docker Compose scripts. So for those of you that haven't played with Docker Compose, Docker allows you to run a single instance container and you just run a command, Docker run whatever. We're about to do that here in a second. Docker Compose will allow you to put multiple containers together as a quote service. And then that way, when you turn it on, it turns on all those containers. When you turn it off, it turns off all the containers associated with the project. So that's kind of slick. So for example, if we look at their Docker Compose, they're going to take their basic Docker install and get it more ready for production. So it's going to have an actual Nginx web server doing the hosting versus just kind of the native Unicorn setup. You can also do a full-blown database server and a cache server so that things are more performance driven, if you were doing this in full-blown production. So the good news is we can develop with a really small container. We don't have to know all this stuff. At the end of the day, all you guys really need is the zip file for everything that we built, right? And then how you end up hosting CTFD, you can go ahead and do that as well. You keep saying links on the site. Yeah, no problem. That's the that little website that I built here last night. There you go. And
The side in the chat.
yeah,
There's a side in the chat.
yep. And like I said, you kind of want to follow along with that today because that I'm going to try to throw commands and everything else here as real quick websites so that you guys can easily copy and paste it in if you're following. Plus, it forces me to document. So for those of you that are watching, because you want to be able to do this later on when you have time, it forces me to document. Otherwise, you have to just watch the video. Where here, we're going to have all the commands to go along with it. All right. So when you have something like Docker Desktop here, the easiest way to get started with the CTFD side is if we come back out here and look at their website. They have a real simple Docker run command, which is this one down here. So Docker run, we're going to run it on port 8000, and it will go ahead and grab their little Docker container. We don't have to compile or do anything else. Yeah, no problem. Is that a better, Rafat? Yep, no problem. Yeah, sometimes when I go on these 4K, I forget what that looks like through Zoom. So anything like that you can't see, please let me know so I can get it recorded in a better light. All right, so we're going to steal this command down here at the bottom. And if we have Docker desktop up and running, we can click on this little terminal button down here at the bottom. And then in that terminal, we'll just right click and paste. And when we hit enter, that's going to go ahead and create a virtual machine. In this case, it called it Corky Williams. But it is a CTFD instance. And so if you click on this little URL right here, we will have a CTFD instance running on your local machine ready to be used. And at the very beginning of using CTFD, you have to go through all the setup and the configuration. So we're going to walk through that so you have an idea of how to do that. The other link I wanted to demo here on the CTFD site is their website. And this kind of tells you a little bit about what CTF is. They will also host these for you if you choose to do so. So if your school doesn't have the ability to do that, they have a service. Well, they will do that. What's nice about their service is they're going to give you some extra niceties you kind of have to pay for if you're using the free version. Plugins like multiple choice questions and things like that. It's fairly reasonable. Again, for everybody in this group, if you want to host this for your academic year, I'm more than happy to do that for you. And I don't have charging on it. I'll host it on some of our servers that we have available there. But it is a pretty cool little type. Again, they're going to give you some nice little game types that you wouldn't normally get in the open source version. And there's some other plugins you may need to add in there as well. All right. So not to get derailed, we are back here and we have our website. We click on our website and we have our initial setup. So for this event name, I'm just going to call this Summer Working Connections. And then CTF for OT IT students. All right. So in the mode, you have two different ways to organize your CTF. Let's just see here. Someone with little or no Docker experience, you can download this on the main workstation, right? Yeah, you got it, Terry. You can just go out here for the Docker desktop stuff. If you come out and click on this here for this Docker desktop install, it'll go straight on your Windows box and you can follow along with all this. Yep. And you don't have to be fancy in the Docker side. Like I said, we can it's literally just that one command to get the container installed, and then from there we're up to and running on the website. The idea is if you build this out, you will save the zip file that comes out of this, and then you can put that into any instance down the road. So if you end up standing up a hosted one, you simply upload that import file and it resets it back up the way you've developed it here. So it's a great way for instructors to build these on their local machines without a lot of resources and all the complexity. Just get it up and running so they can build the shell and save the zip file. So again, with CTFD, you have two options. You can either have team mode, where the participants are going to end up registering accounts and kind of forming teams. If a team member ends up solving the challenge, then the entire team receives the credit for it. It's easier to kind of see which team member solved which strategy, that kind of thing. But it can be a little bit more difficult to administer because now you're doing teams and users under teams, that kind of thing. User mode is one where you see it the most common. So your Pico CTFs and your other ones out there, where it's just participants register as an individual account. Players can end up sharing accounts if they wanted to. It's not recommended that we have them do that, but it's easier to organize. It's real simple. So for example, when I throw up a cybersecurity conference and they want a CTF, I just do a user mode, right? It's just all for one, one for all. Everybody gets their account. If I'm doing this more of in a competition and I want it team-based, for example, what you're gonna make me forget the name here, and I apologize. Shankar was talking about yesterday, where he could set it up for the schools and just walk in and have it on a wireless AP. That may be more of a team mode where he could have little groups do that, especially when they're in the entry level skill sets like high school and things like that. and you're wanting them to work together to try to solve it, team mode works pretty well there too. All right. On the visibility side, so this is where you can either make these certain things visible to the end user. You can have them turned off to begin with until you get everything organized, and then you could go ahead and turn them on. The challenge visibility allows them to see the challenges before the CTF competition has began. So normally that's set to private, meaning that they would have to be able to log in before you allow them to see the challenges. It's not much good to let them see the challenges ahead of time because then they start Googling or in these days dumping it into ChatGPT to find answers. On account visibility, this is whether or not you're going to let them see whether or not they can access their account. Score visibility is kind of cool. So at the end, as they collect points as they go through, the scoreboard is almost always visible out to everybody so they can see where they're at. What's nice about that portion of it is we can go and I tend to put that on like a projector in the room, and so the scoreboard's constantly refreshing, and students can see where they're at on the leaderboard. It's a nice little feature built into the system. And then last but not least is registration. So you can turn on registration, shortly before the event, or maybe you want to let them pre-register for about a week ahead of time, however you decide to deploy the app. On the verify emails, this would make sure that, if they sign up with an email address, they actually have to respond to that email address to verify it. It's a little bit of cleanup so that we don't have a bunch of bots trying to register on the website, but it does work well. So we'll go ahead and enable that. And then if we were doing team sizes, we could set a team size. For this example, we're going to leave that portion blank. For the administrative side, you obviously need an admin account in order to create everything up. So we're just going to create a simple one here of SWC admin. And then for the email address, I'm just going to throw mine in here. And then password, we're going to be super secret about this one and just do password 1 for the time being. All right. Sorry, I got distracted here. I can see somebody already trying to attack and hack my website. That's the beauty of running this on an academic environment. If it runs for more than 4 minutes on a public website without any kind of firewall in front of it, somebody's going to try to take it over in a short amount of time. I've had that happen, I don't know how many times here. So forgive me if the website goes down, I'll restart it back up and we'll pull it back up. But there's nothing fancy there. There's no codes or anything to steal. So they'll just be having fun trolling the website. All right. We can always set a logo if we choose to do so. So if we wanted something on this one, for example, I'm going to steal the SWC logo just for the fun of it. And we'll put that here. Okay. We could create our own homepage banner. We can set icons, do whatever. There are some themes out there. You can also purchase themes. If you wanted to have a certain look and feel, you can purchase those from CTF, or there's some on the website that you can also pull down there as well. Date and time. This is so the participants know when this goes. So this is where if you want to schedule your CTF to auto launch at a certain time, you could set a start date and an end date, and it would launch during that period. Otherwise, the administrator has to click the button to start the competition. And then this last part is if you want to integrate it in with Major League Cyber. Those of you that haven't played with Major League Cyber, what that is basically a giant billboard of all cyber events that are out there. So you can come out here and see all the upcoming events in different places. And this is a great place for teams to come in, they register, and then if they are part of your CTF, they'll get points, right? And then you can see all the different ratings that those teams get among multiple competitions. So you can think of it just like any other gaming league. That's really what this is all set up for. So you can choose to integrate with that. Most people won't in the beginning while they're trying to get everything set up and going. All right. And so we're back to our initial setup. We can see our little icon got changed up here. We could have changed this logo. You can change all this text, whatever you want it to look like when it comes up. As an admin, you're going to have a couple of different panels across the top here. So you'll have your users panel. This will show you who's all signed up and registered on the system. You'll have your scoreboard, and we can see when it starts having the competition, what a scoreboard would look like. Our challenges section, this is where it would show all of our challenges out here. And then our admin panel is primarily what we're looking for. This allows us to go out here and manage our system as we're going through there. We can see general statistics, how many times people failed or got solves and breakdowns. It's actually really nice to be able to pull some of this information in the future. Notifications, if we want to send notifications out to everybody, we can do that. So we throw in a title and a content, and it will do a flash up on the participant screen as to what that announcement is. So if you want to say, 5 minutes to lunch or 5 minutes to break, that kind of thing, and you pause it during the lunch, you can certainly do that. It's a really, really flexible tool. It's great for running capture the flag competitions. As a matter of fact, it's essentially the de facto standard for running those because there's lots of functionality built in there, and you can really expand it as much as you want it to be. All right, when we have our pages, by default, you have your index page, right? And so this is that splash page that we had at the very beginning. If we wanted to add some things in here, we could do that. So for example, if I go into the media library and I want to upload a file, I'm just going to upload that same little logo that we had just a second ago. There we go. And so with that logo uploaded, I could come in here and say I want to run, whatever logo there versus the static one. And that way I can modify this page. You can do it as either HTTP or you can preview it here so you can see what it's going to look like. It's a pretty basic HTML editor in order to edit some stuff there. So really simple. There again, use AI if you need to. Have it write you a little section here to build out the page. If you want to copy and paste it in, and it can make it look all real nice. There's a bunch of variables you can plug in right here. So what that'll allow you to do is steal some of the title and the things of your actual competition, and you can dump those things right here into that website, which is pretty handy when you're building that stuff in. All right, so users, again, you can either manually add the users if you choose to do so, or you have the ability of having them register themselves and they can get signed up. Again, the scoreboard, challenges, and submissions. So submissions is where we can come in and look at all the different things people have done. If we need to clear those, we can clear some of them. If we want to see all the correct ones or all the incorrect ones, we can also see what the people are submitting. So if students are struggling during the competition and we need to see what they're answering and they're asking the ref, so to speak, as to what this really is, or if they can give them a hint, we can come in and see what they're doing on this side. And then finally, this config section is where we can do some more advanced stuff. So for example, the logo in here, and being able to set our logo, we could set different icons, etc. We can adjust our theme. Again, you can go purchase different themes that are out there so that you can kind of set things up in localization. What's really important here is your start and end times. If you guys want to start it, if you want to freeze it, for example, you guys have a lunch period or you want to make sure that nobody can submit answers during that time, you can go ahead and freeze that as well. Your registration code. So if you want to have this where they need to sign up with a given registration code, you're passing out flyers at the event, that kind of thing. That way you don't get anybody on the internet just signing up. You want people just that have your registration code. You could set that here. Let's see here. On the sanitize, you can go through and you can sanitize your HTML just to make sure that it's clean and nobody's going to try to hurt you. So we can go ahead and update that. And this is particularly important if you guys are giving like HTML content in your questions and you're having them answer. It can sometimes try to execute that HTML code there. This makes sure that we escape that essentially and don't run that code. Couple other pages, but the big one out of here is our import export. So once you get this all set up the way you want it, you come in here to export, and this is going to download a zip file, and then I can take this and go re-import that into any CTFD instance. So essentially everything we create here today, we're going to end up with a zip file. You guys can take that zip file, run a simple Docker container on a laptop in a classroom if you need to, bring in that zip file, and you have that full-blown CTFD ready to go. All right. We can also import files in. So obviously, like I said before, you get this initial one set up. All you have to do is just click through the initial setup. Doesn't matter what you call it or anything else. When you import this, it's going to wipe the database. So anything that you did during initial setup, it just wipes it away and brings in what comes out of the import. You could also pull out a CSV of certain things. So for example, the challenges or topics or flags, you can pull out those individual files. You can extract that out of the zip file just the same. What's handy with that is if you structure it correctly, we can get things like AI to build us a CSV file that we could bring in. For example, the challenges, or if you have a Excel sheet of all the users and teams you want to bring in, you could bring that in so that you could import all that in at once and not have a registration system. It's entirely the way you want to do it. It's extremely flexible on running CTFs. All right, I'll pause there. What's your guys' thoughts on CTFs? I know some of you have actually used this. Has anybody administrated their own CTFD instances?
No.
Okay. All
But
right.
my question is what you're building, phone's going off. What you're building is, it would be like a clean file. And you can use that as a template and then modify this with the stuff we need or want, right?
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm going to end up giving you is just a zip file with all the Jeopardy style challenges that we're going to create here together in the class. And then you can take that and import that in and run it at your classroom very, very easily. You literally download a, Docker desktop here. You run that one command. You got an install up and running. That's currently set up to run on my local host. It's up here, but you could tell it to listen on all ports. Therefore, it would pull whatever IP address that you have on your laptop in the classroom. That way, everybody could pull it. So, for example, like Ravi was talking, and you'll have to forgive me, Ravi. Are you okay if I call you Ravi? Because that's the name.
Absolutely, whichever works for you. That's just cool.
That's what I'm seeing here in Zoom, and so I keep without the first name.
Yeah, Shankar works and Ravi works, and it's fine.
All right, I apologize.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a good example of what we're trying to accomplish here. So he can simply take that zip file, put it on that little bitty box that's already running CTFD, and run the competition there. When he's done, he can save out the results so that he has them. He can load them up later, or he could just load up a new zip file and have a completely new CTFD challenge ready to go in a matter of seconds. It's just a matter of coming in to config, import, and running. And so you don't have to have multiple copies of CTFD running for a bunch of different challenges. If you're just doing one at a time, you can have one instance that's hosted somewhere that students have access to it, whether that's internet accessible or just local right there in the lab. It's a great way to deploy those.
But but using this on the Proxmox server, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So
we run on Proxmox. Okay.
Yep. So you could come over here and, for example, if I bring back up that Proxmox system, you have a couple different choices on how you want to deploy it in Proxmox. For the purpose of us building out a couple different containers and things like that, I would just start with a basic Ubuntu server image. And then from there, you can install Docker on that. And then you can run that one same Docker command that, builds out that Docker instance, and you can kind of manage it. If you're going to be doing a lot of Docker commands and stuff on that server and you want to deploy a bunch of different ones, there's a couple different UI tools. One that I use and my students use quite a bit in order to kind of manage that infrastructure. Let's see here. Is called Portainer. And so Portainer is basically a UI approach of deploying Docker Compose files and Docker container files in a really easy way. And I can try to bring up a back end of that. But what's nice about this is it's super simple to do. All you have to do is get the community edition. It's free. And then it's going to walk you through how to do a setup. So again, what you're going to do on your side is just a simple Docker standalone, and you're going to install it with Docker on Linux. You could also do it with Docker Desktop right here on your laptop if you wanted to. But you would want Docker with Linux, and then it's going to walk you through step by step on how you install Portainer and use that to manage containers. That way you can turn them on, turn them off, that kind of stuff. The slick part about that for somebody like, say, Ravi, if he ran that on his web server or on the server that he's using, he could then, if we end up doing Docker containers as part of the challenge, he could fire them all up at once for a particular challenge, including the CTFD instance as a Docker Compose, and then you could turn it off and turn on another one for a whole different challenge. So, for example, if you're using this in the classroom, you could turn on one set of Docker containers to run during this week for a challenge, and then you could set up another one to run in a different week. So we can set up virtual Proxmox, install Docker on it, and run CTF from this server. Yeah, you could absolutely do that. You wouldn't necessarily have to use the Proxmox side of it. Again, all we're doing is treating that as a virtualization server. At the end, what you really need is just a virtual machine, right? Like, for example, I could create one here, right? I just go to create virtual machine, go down through, and I would install Ubuntu server. And then once I have Ubuntu server or Ubuntu desktop, it doesn't really matter, whatever you're comfortable with. And then you would run those commands to install either Portainer or just Docker directly, and you could install and run all this stuff. So it's just a matter of management. Now, that sounds like a whole lot of stuff to do for most of us in here, and I get that. So my goal at the end of this, what I will do is release a VM that you can simply pull down to a Proxmox system, and it will be preset up with Docker ready to go, along with the CTFD, Compose, and all those little pieces inside of there. So I fully intend for you guys to be able to just come in here, pull in a VM, and go. The beauty of that with the new like NetLab backend, the way we've done that is we have a public PBS, a public Proxmox backup server. And so what you can do is you can go into, say, this public one here for, well, it's public if you're a NetLab customer, right? You can connect to this one here, go to backups, and you can pull down their VM and actually deploy it right here on this Proxmox system. I don't have to go to a website and pull it down and do a bunch of other stuff. It will just pull it straight down to the host. I will have a similar distribution system from Fort Hays here that will allow you to pull this kind of stuff down, make it super easy for you guys to deploy it. So, all right.
I would call this advanced Docker.
You got it. It's
this is so much more than just learning Docker.
You got it. And what I didn't want to do was turn this into a Docker training, right? Because that's a whole week's worth of training. My goal is to just simply allow you guys to do development right here on your laptops. You can do that with Docker Desktop. And one simple command lights up the virtual machine that we need to play with, which is just CTFD for this time. And then I plan to package it to where all you guys have to do is pull down a VM, just like you guys are probably used to in ESXi or whatever. There, it was an OVA, right? You grab the OVA, you deploy it, away you go. Or deploy it on your workstation, away you go. Same concept here. You're going to be able to pull this down immediately to Proxmox, and then I will try to zip it together as a file so that if you wanted to use VirtualBox or something like that, that you could do that. I just need to test it. And again, all that, when it does come up, I'll end up posting how to do all that off this website when I clean it up. But for now, I'm just going to keep shoving links in here. I'll clean it up here as we go. Is everybody okay with that thought and how we're going to do this the rest of the week?
Yep.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure I wasn't losing half the crowd with getting in too far into the technical weeds. My end goal is that you grab this thing and you deploy it in your classroom this fall. I want it ready to go by the second week in September. I almost said August, and then I realized that's next week. So, all right. So let's go back to our CTFD because the place that we spend the most in here is our challenges. And this is what the student is presented with, and they have to figure out this answer. So you can think of it almost like a quiz bowl, or as I referred to it a couple times here, Jeopardy. And it's because at the end here, it will look like Jeopardy on the screen. And that's a pretty common CTF style challenge. How many of you have participated with your students or even yourself in a Jeopardy style CTF? Okay. I would assume you have over time, Terry, with some of your students and the stuff you were talking about. So
Yes, we've done Jeopardy's, but I'm glad you're showing this stuff. This is definitely new to me, which is exciting for me. But we've done, yes, Jeopardy type things and stuff like that.
okay. Yeah. So you've been the user, you haven't been the admin, right?
Right, which is why I'm watching carefully and also wanting to know this is recorded, right? Like if we want to access this recording later to go back over it, because you showed a lot of good stuff here. Is there a way to get that?
Absolutely. Yep. Again, all that I'm going to post out there on my YouTube channel for Fort Hays. And then that way you guys can pull that down and watch it however you want here. So let me see if I can throw that link up here.
It doesn't have to be now, but later I'll definitely be bugging you about it. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, let me at least put the link to the YouTube stuff on that page for the time being, and then I will upload these videos as we come in. Like I said, they're 8 hour long videos, right? Because we're here all day long. So they're taking a little bit to do their processing. I'm not going to edit them at all. I'm sorry. That's not the way I do my YouTube stuff. Um, it's not going to be perfect. It's going to have all the errors and the bugs and all that stuff in it. My students love it that way, by the way. So my teaching methodology is I walk in a classroom, I start the recording, and it records the entire class.
I love it. I'm good.
And my students get the recordings immediately after class. So
I always love listening to my voice later going, is that what I really sound like?
yeah, I can't stand my own voice that way. So I get it.
All right, thanks.
Yep. So here, if you are bored or want to put your students to sleep, let me just throw this out here real quick. New. Again, I don't need you to thumbs up and like and all the other stuff that everybody wants you to do. This is purely for my students. It's not a revenue source by a long shot. Okay, so out here on this website, you should see this YouTube channel down here, and you can click on that, and that will take you out to a bunch of the different videos, and I will have a playlist for summer working connections, and so you guys will be able to pull that, and I'll link that one directly off of that site so you can pull it in. But this is like other classes, guests that I've had to our cybersecurity club, that kind of stuff. Those of you that were interested in the Python stuff, if you want to go back and watch Python videos, this is like the full playlist of every chapter and everything that's in here, of the different topics. And then every semester I try to re-record. So as you get here towards the end, I become a lazy instructor, and not all videos are new towards the end because I have such a repository of the old ones out there. But students love this as a way of doing it because they can go back and watch this year's. If they still don't quite understand it, they'll go back and watch last year's, because I'll be honest, I teach it differently by accident because students will ask questions. And so because of that, I'm engaging based off their questions, and they can learn it in a different way. Or I teach the for loops in a different way every year, kind of thing.
Did you take this picture one time, or was this like something you posed for many times and then finally accepted the 10th picture?
This one up here at the top.
Yeah, just check.
That was literally me down on a beach in Florida, and my the NetDev guys, the NDG, decided to use that at one point in time for my quote professional photo. And then they told me I had to get something more professional, so that's where you see this one up here at the top. I don't really care about pictures, I can tell you that.
All right, cool.
And I wish I still looked like that guy, but I don't look like that guy anymore either. So
Trust me, I got pictures up that like, oh, that guy was younger. Yeah, I get it.
great. So this will, like I said, I'll get you guys a playlist out here. It'll have all the videos from this week. To me, that's the easiest way to do it, unless somebody else has a better way they want it. So, okay. I'll be honest, I stole this little website. Does anybody know Sam Bound from out in Cali?
Yeah, he does a few of these too, right? Corey?
Yeah, he's a fantastic guy. And so he does the same website, only his is simpler and probably in PHP, if I recall. Like it's really simple, but it's great because man, does that just a treasure trove of links and materials and things for classes. So I've kind of adopted that idea here just as a quick way for us to get some links and stuff up. So shout out to Sam for that because I love attending his workshops. It's always nice to be with somebody else that has those kind of concepts. So
He does that interesting scoreboard thing too, where you're all
he,
competing against each other.
yeah, you got it. So he didn't want to go spin up a CTFD instance, so he just wrote his own. Is really what it boils down to.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and a lot of that there again, he likes NetLab, but he likes to deploy all his stuff out in the cloud, like on AWS or Google Cloud, which is great. But you got to get students to, sign up. Some of those now require credit cards, that kind of stuff. So um, he's slowly coming over a little bit more because he wants to help out the students. So I get it.
Yeah, I get it too. I mean, I really did like the very competitive part of the, trying to makes you really get invested if you're one of those competitive types, which I imagine many of us are.
Oh, absolutely. And if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, I will shamelessly plug Sam. Sam is usually the kind of guy that would be at these workshops during the summer, and doing different things, and he teaches all his classes. It's a fantastic treasure trove of information about cybersecurity. He's more than happy to share it with everybody. And that's what I love about Sam. He's really good at that. So if you're looking for challenges for different things in your class or ideas on how to implement something, you can come in here. We talked about hacking mobile devices and stuff earlier, right? Sam's got an entire class written against that, in here, and then he's going to give you access to the labs that he wrote in order to do that as well. So he kind of,
Jason,
yeah,
Jason, could you put his link in the chat for us, please?
I did. It should be out there in the
Uh,
chat. Yep.
okay, sorry, thank you.
Yep. No problem.
He keeps it easy. It's like Sam's class. Oh, you got the screen. Never mind. I see. Yeah, it's real.
Yep. It should be there in our chat here in the meeting chat. Anyway, it looks like he's actually updated it. I'll give him that. This is a lot cleaner than he normally runs it. So, but if you're trying to search for something in the old days, it's sometimes hard to go in here and find. I can tell you that. Okay. I'll do one last thing. If you go to the workshops and you see some of this, you'll see some really cool CTFs that he helped build. This Violent Python is a really fun one for beginners to understand Python in a capture the flag kind of way. So if you're looking for a cool way to get people into Python and still have a little CTF style of class, this is a really good one. He does a good job in there. He's another one, big proponent of Automate the Boring Stuff and Violent Python book. So they're good materials. All right.
At some point, though, I still want to get access to the net. Who do I talk to about the net labs, the ethical hacking net labs that you were showing? Those looked very interesting. I'd like to check them out. Is there people to contact for that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're looking for the NetLab side of things, the best thing you can do is email support. And so there is the email address in the chat. And Con or Randall will respond to you if you guys are looking to get that set up and those things. They're very happy to do that. All right. So, like I said, this is where we want to spend most of our time here this morning. Where are we at on time? Am I at the break time? I think I am. Is it 10:30?
Wow, is it already 10?
Yeah, we flew through that. Yes, it is break time, and I'm going to try to make sure we take breaks today because this is going to be data dump and overload. I'll explain in the next 3 days here. So let's go ahead and honor that break time. We'll let everybody do that, and then we'll come back here in about 15 minutes.
Right.
And so, like I said, most of your CTF building experience and all of that is going to come down to the challenges. That's where you're going to spend your time. So you'll come in, you can create a new challenge, and there's a couple different types of or ways to go about this. You have what's called a standard challenge, in which case you just enter a challenge name. So we could call this something like OT topics, right? And so we could enter in a category if we wanted to. Might put this as like OT. And then we have some message, which is just going to be some kind of brief introduction to what this challenge would be. We don't have to fill this out. We can leave it blank. I'm going to leave it blank just for the sake of showing this. And then we assign some kind of value to this. And again, this is much like Jeopardy. Think a Jeopardy board. You have a 100-point question all the way to a 500-point question, or 1 to 5, whatever you decide to do with it. So we're just going to call this a 10-point question for now. And then from there, we need to give it the flags. And the flags are the answers that are in there. So if we're building a Jeopardy style CTF, we need to have a flag that is the answer. And so we would need to be able to ask that question or whatever else is inside of there. So I'm going to back one up, and we would have some kind of question here. So let's go with what does PLC stand for? Right? Okay, and then our flag would be something like programmable logic controller, right? Now, sometimes you may want this as case sensitive. You probably want to set it to insensitive. You could also do a little bit of fancy regex. There's all sorts of options, but my recommendation based off of, building a lot of these is you want to be a little bit flexible in the answers. Otherwise, they're getting super frustrated because they're one character off. And in some cases, it matters, right? If you are asking them a command, it needs to be extremely sensitive as to what it is. If they're doing a quiz bowl style question like this, then maybe not so much. If your challenge, you wanted to have some kind of file associated with it, you could upload it. A good example of this would be something like a Wireshark PCAP file. So we could upload a PCAP file that they would have to pull down, load up in Wireshark, and then we would have a challenge based off that one. And that's kind of what we talked about yesterday. So we'll end up doing at least one of those.
What if you did a picture,
You can do
instead
it.
of,
Absolutely. Yep. So even if we do the forensic side of the house, right? Do we bury a message in the picture and we say good luck? Or if you wanted to add something in there that was just a picture, like here's a topology, what would be the correct connection for this or something like that? You could absolutely do that. Yep. And then on the state of this one, whether or not we want it visible out to the student. So in this case, or the user itself, so we could hit visible, hit finish. And this is your main layout for that. So the other one's kind of a wizard, but you can come in here and change all sorts of different things to it. Ones that I like to work with and here. So if we go to flags, again, think of your flags as your answers. So if we're allowing programmable logic controller, if we have other ways we want them to be able to answer this, we can just create multiple flags and they just have to get one of those to get this question right. In the topics, if you want to kind of branch this out, you can keep going, you can add tags. Hints are kind of fun. So with a hint, what you can do is like, say this one's worth, what do we say, 10 points? Let's make it worth 100 points. And then on a hint, we can say, programmable ... something like that. And if we want to give them this hint, it's going to cost them 20 of their points. All right. So we hit submit. Now they have the option, if they have points available, they can sacrifice 20 of their points to get a hint to get an answer for this one. And of course, you can have tiers, right? So if you want to get them to the next one and they still can't figure it out, and you give them logic ... And maybe that one's going to cost 80 points in order to do that. We can also set a requirement that they have to pay for that initial 21 before they can get access to the 81. In other words, they burned 100 points, aka the full point that they would have got back out of this by asking that. So this is kind of handy. And if you've played with like SecGen, which was that other tool I talked about, it would give you like 3 or 4 sections of hints, with the last one all but giving you the answer. What I have recently started doing with this hint section, and that's what I'm trying to work towards for everybody in here, is instead of us giving basic hints like this, I would actually give them AI prompts. And so if they got a prompt from the hint, all they have to do is copy and paste out this prompt, put it into an AI that's been baked around this particular capture the flag as an LLM, and then it would give them specifics in there, but it also wouldn't give them the answer. I've trained the LLM to not give them the answer so they can kind of work through there. Now, obviously, what does a PLC stand for? That one they can go Google search, they can go use ChatGPT, etc. But if it's baked into the CTF, like if the question is what is the IP address of the PLC controller, well, no other outside LLM is going to know that answer, right? Or Google is not going to know that answer. So it's a great way to make sure that there's not, I don't want to call it cheating, but there's a way to keep it in the confines of our capture the flag. So, for example, of a way for us to do this and tailor it to, say, the labs that we created, right? We could say something like, what brand of PLC did we emulate in the labs? What brand of PLC like that, right? And of course, the answer would be what? Does anybody remember what this would be? If you guys haven't figured it out, you may or may not pause. Yeah, we did one as Rockwell. There was another one that we used there too. Does anybody remember what that one was? So for the ENIP portion, the ENIP, that one would have been uh, Allen Bradley, like that. And we could do case sensitivity or not case sensitivity. You'll notice up here on the static, we could do a static answer or we could do a regex form. We'll accept, a variance of what would come in there. So for example, like this one, I could do Allen Bradley. I could just do Allen. I would accept that. Maybe we would accept Bradley. Whatever we decide would be valid answers for that. All right. Then again, on the hints, we could go ahead and give hints if we wanted to and have those tiered out. The question was, can the points be banked? Absolutely. So the way I usually treat this is I will have them do a Jeopardy. Yeah, you got it. It's exam questions, right? So all I did was take some exam questions that I would have for the class, put those into the first, I don't know, 20, 30 questions in here in Jeopardy form, right? They get points for all those questions. And then after they've completed that portion of the exam or the final project, the CTF, then we can tell it to unlock the section where they go into VMs and actually go into an environment and have to go answer CTFs for that. But the reason I do that is now they've banked 3,000 points, right? Well, when they get frustrated and can't find it in the virtual machines, now they start to want to use the hint system and they can sacrifice some of their points to get in. Now, that doesn't mean that the entire points all add up to say 1,000. And so the final project is worth 1,000. It's actually more like 800 or something like that. So they have 200-300 points they could burn and still get an A over the overall project. But in terms of who wins and if I give out prizes, and I'm pretty good at doing that kind of stuff, then whoever gets the most amount of points overall without burning through the hints, we get the answer. And then the next thing you could do is you can make it to where it releases one of these challenges at a time. So for now, we're just going to leave that alone. I'm going to go ahead and update everything here. And if we come back out here to the CTFD and challenges, this is what a challenge would look like. And of course, again, as you build out your categories and your list of questions, it looks a lot like Jeopardy. So I would, as a student, click on this challenge. I get presented with what brand of PLC did we emulate, and I would need to answer something in here, hit submit. It would then tell me I'm incorrect, and it would log that submission, or I could come in here and do something like Allen, submit, and I would get it correct. At that point, it marks it off, and so the student can then go on to the next question. Now, this whole table could be populated, or you can have it build on one another as they go. So, for example, they need to answer this question before the next question in this category is released and kind of work down. It's however you want to design it. You can do it all these different ways. All that flexibility is built in. So, say we wanted to do another challenge in OT, and we'll need to go back to our admin panel, challenges, and we can see there was the 10 one that was not there. We're just going to wipe that one out. And then let's go ahead and add one. And this will be a standard one, and we'll call this one, I don't know, question 2 or something. And you can label it this if you want to make it a little easier for them title-wise. This is still going to fall under the OT category. And we can say, what port does Modbus run on? All right. And then we can tell it the value of this. Let's give it another 100. Now, dynamic, what's going to happen there is every time they answer it wrong, it starts taking away points. And you can decide how that is initially set up. So we could say initially it's worth 100, and then we can decide the decay function there, whether it's linear or until somebody solves it, or we can do a logarithmic one where it does another way of functioning the decay and what we want it to decay down to. And at minimum, say we want it to be worth 10. So if they answer multiple times and it's eventually down worth 10. Lots of ways to do it. And that's, again, the beauty of this software is it's extremely flexible in how you want to deploy it. For now, we'll stick with the standard side of things. We'll say 100. And again, this will be OT. And the challenge name is question 2. And the answer would have been what? Does anybody remember what the port number was for Modbus? 502. Good work. So 502, insensitive, and we can go ahead and make this one visible. And then, of course, we need a question here because I accidentally wiped that out. So what is the TCP port for Modbus? There we go. Save that. Could you use 3D paint files? Yeah, you would probably want to export it as like a PNG, but yeah, you could absolutely do that. Yep. And so like now what I would do is I have my flags, my answers. Again, I could give hints. So let's create a hint here just so you see what it looks like. And again, you can format this in just basic text or markdown or whatever you decide to do. So this hint would be something like it is not 80 or 443. I don't know if that's a great hint, but we could say it would take 10 points in order to do that. And we'll update that, make sure everything saves. And then we're going to go back to our challenges here. We're going to go to this OT topics. And on the next one, we're going to say question 2. All right. And so what that does is if we come out here and look at this main page, we wouldn't see this one unless I didn't have that. So if I come back here to my submissions and I delete the submissions that we did to test. All right. Now I'm logged back in as a user and I can see both of these are there. I'm going to answer this one and it's going to send me off to 2. If I don't want 2 to show up until I've answered question 1, then we can go to the admin panel, challenges, and on question 2, we could say requirements, and we could say it's hidden. Should come up here. Oh yeah, I called that one OT topics. Yeah, I should have named that question 1. Let's go back and change that so that this is a better way of laying it out. Okay. And so what I changed there is on question 2, it's required that we have answered question 1 and it's hidden if we don't. All right. So we can come in here and on our main challenge now, you'll notice we just see question 1. So we have to answer that one first. Alan, we get it correct. And then we can click on next challenge and it will take us directly into question 2. Otherwise, they would just get put back on this screen. They could choose a different challenge or continue on with this challenge here. The question was, can you upload all these questions and answers from a file? Yes, you can. So if you go into the settings, sorry, you need to go in the admin panel. And then on config and on your import, we can import a CSV called challenges. And you have to put it in a very specific format for them in order to do that. And we're going to work with that template here in a little bit. And then, so like now I could go to export, or in this case, download CSV. The problem is it's kind of challenged in how you do it. So you have your challenges up here was a CSV, and you actually have a separate CSV, which is your flags. And so you have to point those before, and you can see this in this importing exactly the layout and the template. So like, here's an example of the users template. In this case, challenges template would be the one that would matter. So let's save that down. And so you would have something like this, where challenge 1 is the name. You have to give it the description of whatever it is, which category it falls under, the value, your standard types, max attempts, some of those settings that you had in there. And then, like, for example, here, if you want to give out hints, it needs to be out in this format here. Now, the cool part is, like I said, with something like SecGen, or the tool that I'm trying to build out there, it would dynamically build all this, right? You would get a UI, and you could have the LLM. You could craft a question and answer set with it. And once you say, yeah, I like it, go ahead and save that. It would go ahead and put that into a CSV for us, so that at the end, we would say, could you export that for CTFD? And it automatically builds all this out for us. We don't have to painstakingly copy and paste all that stuff in. But you could easily turn a LLM and say, hey, here's the format or the style. You give it this CSV. I've done this before. And say, all right, I need to build out questions in this style and this format. And then it would kind of tie it together. It would give you the information. You have to copy and paste it into the CSV. My goal is to get that one step further and just have it spit out a final CSV at the end. Or in this case, the full-blown zip with all the answers. So it's kind of like a wizard, when we saw in the beginning here. But you could help fill in a lot of these blanks with an LLM. Can a CFD be integrated into the LMS? In terms of like answers and stuff, there's no LTI connection to do that. And as you guys were talking about LTI earlier, I was kind of chuckling in silence on my side, because LTI is a very fickle thing. Like, it's a standard, right? Haha. Nobody implements it correctly. Nobody implements it the way the standard was meant to be. So all these LMSs treat it differently. And a great example of that is the NetLab product, for example, uses the LTI standard, and we can integrate with LMSs, but Canvas, Moodle, Blackboard, they all do it differently. And so we have to keep and maintain that LTI connection. And now with the newer stuff like Blackboard Ultra and those, they use a new LTI standard. It's like 3.0, I believe. Everything has to be changed and updated. It completely breaks. It's not backwards compatible. So, no, there's no direct answer for that, JB, but if we could write an LTI tool for that to happen, and you could convince your LMS administrator to allow that LTI connection, there's a strong chance you could do that and pass it right into the gradebook. We would just have to write a little bit of LTI goober in there. That's a technical term, by the way.
Okay.
So can it easily be done? Not as much, but can it be done? Yes. You just have to write some glue in order to make it work. And I think that's a feature that I could bake in at some point to make that happen. What's nice about this CTFD is there's also a ton of plugins you can either write or use other people's plugins in there. And it'd be curious to see if there isn't already a plugin out there for LTI integration. I would bet that somebody's done it. The problem is whether it's up to date for the latest versions. All right. So again, this is what the challenge system looks like. We can integrate it however we want. My goal here, like I told you guys, was to be able to come up with, I don't know, 20 questions for an OT challenge set, whether it's based off the labs we did or just general user, questions, that kind of thing, something to make them go dig for it. And we could also use those PCAP files that we talked about before, where they would have to download those, load them up into Wireshark, and then go find some answers there. So I would like to build a very, simple CTF challenge that's Jeopardy based, because I don't know how else to say it other than it's easier to get started with this style and learn this style. And then when you do the VMs, then you understand the concepts. Now you just have the hard part of building out the VMs. But I don't want to get wrapped around the wheel on VMs and then you guys have nothing by the end of the workshop. So let's kind of work together to see if we can come up with this. And you don't have to come up with the questions. That's the beauty of like AI and LLMs. Everybody here's got access to someone that they use, whether it's Gemini, ChatGPT, etc. So if you would, utilize some of those tools to come up with questions, and we can all kind of decide on some categories that we want to see. And then I'll have you guys come up with some questions in here. Use AI to do it. You don't have, unless you want to do it yourself. It don't matter to me. But let's see if we can have a total of about 20 questions to get started. Let's call it 4 categories. So 4 categories, 5 questions apiece. And then we'll kind of build this out so that you guys have something that we can use. Does that sound like a plan? So you at least have phase 1 out of the usable in the classroom? And I should pause. What are your thoughts based off seeing this? Is this something you would like to integrate into your classroom, or do you see it has a use in the classroom and you would like to try to implement that here in the next year? Okay. So with yeah, setup's a bit overwhelming. I get that, Debbie. So there again, my goal is that all you will have to do is download Docker Desktop to your machine. It's a simple install, run one command, and then when you do that as a fresh up install, it'll look something like this one, right? Just pull this one up. It'll have a basic install like this. You will just plug in miscellaneous information because this first part doesn't matter. We just need to get into the setup. So it's erroring out on me. Yeah, it's fine. Finish. Oh, one of these I didn't like that I did that. Uh-huh. There we go. And so once you have this page, then you would come up to admin panel, config, import, and then you would import a design that we gave you there. So for example, this is what I wanted to kind of demonstrate. This one is a sample from my last conference that we had here on campus. And so you would take this zip file and just hit import. And what that's going to do is overwrite everything that's in the database and clean it up and reset it back up for the import. It should still be able to import. See if it does it. Let's see. It wanted. Might be because this isn't a full-blown setup, but we should be able to do it. And of course, that file is probably broken and I got to work through that. So can I reshare the link for the download? Yeah, absolutely. So that's most of that is all going to come off this page here. And then that should get you the link to the Docker install and all that stuff in between. All right. So evidently the old one I had is now broken. It's probably because I'm running off this really basic setup. It looks like it has a SQL database issue, but that's the goal, is that it's that simple. You just fire up a container, get through the initial settings, and then you can go to import and just suck in the zip file and it will have everything pre-built out ready to go for it. I was hoping that one would work because there was some other stuff in there. Let me see which one, this one here. Let me see if I can bring in at least the challenges of the one I had. So I don't even remember what I called this now. I have a bad habit of doing that too. Yep, I already broke my little challenge set because I don't remember. So, and if you blow something like this up and you need to start over, that's the great thing about Docker. I can come in here and just delete those containers that I created. Obviously, you want to save stuff. If you already started, you would want to save it. And then I can just rerun this command and it'll fire up a brand new one. Take a little bit to run in the background, and then it's ready for me to start back up. So I could do SWC and just go right back through that initial setup. Let's not do that. Let's do a user mode. This time I'm going to remember my password. And so one thing that you could do, like I said, if you had your challenges and your updates, I'm going to see if this works just so we can go through here. That would be okay. So that worked, and that I had a CSV file with all those challenges like we talked about. Looks like this one here. And so it had the challenge over here, the description, obviously your flags and the answers, essentially that we go through there. I had this set up as a multiple choice, and you got to pay for the little extra multiple choice plugin. But this is what it would look like for that conference. So I had categories like basic cybersecurity concepts, and this base 64 would tell them to go decode this string, right? And so they would have to use CyberChef, or they could use Google. They could have used the AI that I set up along with this, the little LLM to go through that. But for the student or the user, it would look like this. So in this case, I left it wide open as a challenge, and they had these different points that they could build up. And the goal was to figure out who could get there first. These were all high school students, so they hadn't done any formal training here. They just had to go figure out how to go look up the answer. So, for example, here was a Caesar cipher. What is the answer? That kind of thing. And that challenges, or that Excel sheet that you see here, was something that was completely written by, in this case, ChatGPT. Once I told it the category and the questions and the things I wanted, gave it an example format, it would immediately spit those out. So we can do that live here just so you guys can see what that looks like. All right, so in this one here, let's do, I am writing. Five categories. And let's say 4 questions apiece. And then to make that easier, because sometimes it will go off and then really break. But if we go out here and grab this template again, which we have, second workshops. All right. So I don't know if this is the best prompt, but I've done ones very similar to this and usually get pretty good results. So let's see what it comes back with. And in this case, I'm using a thinking model. So we're going to be able to see what it thinks it wants me to do, and it's going to do some logic going through there. You can use obviously different ones, but this reasoning model in this case is going to be a little more advanced than your typical access to some LLMs. I can also bring that clear down to 04 and we can kind of see what the two models would come up as different challenges. That's always kind of fun. That's one of the tools we'll talk about tomorrow when we kind of go through some AI stuff, is the ability to actually test models on the fly between the different ones. I've got a nice setup that I like to use that's pretty common out there, but it's a great way to test prompts against different models if you have the ability to do that, which I can show you how. How many of you are interested in that, setting up your own local AI LLM tomorrow? Is that a topic you guys are at least interested in? Okay, great. Great. So great question there, JB. Can you get them to talk to each other? In the basic setup, no, but that doesn't mean it can be done. It's used what's called agents. And so I haven't got deep into the agents. I've tested with it, I played with it. But there is an ability to basically spin off a couple different ones that are meant for certain things. And then it will basically form a group and start communicating in. So you have kind of a conductor LLM. It goes off and asks this LLM for this result, asks this LLM that's more meant for, say, research and stuff like that. It would go ask it for the research side of things, another one more focused on Python code. And then you could ask it a question and it'll utilize all those resources in order to get you an answer. So that's all done with agents. And there again, I'm fresh in that. I've done some of it, but I haven't gone to a full depth of that. Yeah, Olama is basically what I use, Yuritsa. So I use Olama, and then the front end for that, I tend to use OpenWebUI. That works really well. One that I played with here this weekend, which is to me even a little better in that regard, is Anything LLM, and that allows us to do a RAG, which RAG is a way for us to feed it, say, a bunch of PDF documents, and then ask lots of questions about it. It doesn't retrain the model for those documents, but without getting, uber technical and AI model stuff, it basically allows it to do retrieval off those PDFs as if it's in its knowledge base. And that's kind of what we'll play with tomorrow. We'll play with both Olama and OpenWebUI, so you have a nice ChatGPT look and feel in the front. And then you'll also have ones like Anything LLM to do that. Restrictions. What kind of restrictions were you having there, Yuritsa? Are you talking about the LLM not being able to give you stuff? It all depends on what model you go after, right? So that's the beauty of like Olama and OpenWebUI is you can pull all sorts of models, and you can get models that have zero restrictions. So for example, Llama 3 and those that you can get from the Meta side of things. People have redone those that completely remove restrictions, which is a little scary. I wouldn't deploy that in the classroom because there's nothing to hold it back. It will give you all the answers. There's no guardrails on the side. So yeah, so one box and another box with Docker running. Yeah, so the way I do that is all of that is actually going to be more Docker stuff that we do right here in Docker. So it's super easy to do. So you can deploy them side by side, and that way you can end up having an LLM and you allow students to log into it. That's how I did this other challenge that I showed you for the conference. I basically had one container spun up to do CTFD, another container spun up as OpenWebUI, and then gave students accounts that they could get in for the challenge. And the beauty of that is I tailored that AI to be just for that challenge. So I told it, hey, you're a CTFD tutor. You can only answer your questions based off these challenges and don't give it the full answer. Guide them to a better answer overall. And it did a decent job for something I built in 48 hours. There was definitely some learning points there. And the beauty of it is my students didn't have to have ChatGPT or Gemini or all those other accesses. It was just right there in the classroom. And I didn't have to worry about them sending commands to something to break. It was just a local. So yeah, you're right. When you said on the ethical side, you can tell it to be, you can get some models that are completely open. You ask it to do a lot of stuff and it'd be difficult. So yeah, so most of what I do for like these and test, yeah, privacy is the big deal. Is if, like I said, in my institute, the reason I started going down this road is I wanted to be able to help small businesses, but if we fed it enough information, then we could start asking questions. And my goal was to have a template to help design what you would normally do in the information assurance space and helping them to build like a disaster recovery plan and a bunch of this other stuff. And don't get me wrong, the big companies that are charging thousands and thousands of dollars, they absolutely have this under the hood. I'm just trying to do a much cheaper open version of it. But it would guide you through to answer those questions. And then at the end, we could give the customer, hey, here's our suggestion. And also when they want to go act on some of those, like, hey, we want to reconfigure our network to do network segmentation so that we're a little, in access control stuff. How would we do that? And it would give us a nice plan, and then the students would implement. And if they didn't have access to a supervisor like myself or somebody else, they could ask the AI that would have parameters of how we would suggest that to happen. Or at least think of it as like an assistant while they're on the job. They could still confirm everything with us, that kind of stuff. It wasn't meant to be fully autonomous. It was just meant to help them remember some things that they maybe forgot. Like you guys asked about subnetting. It would be able to answer some subnetting questions while they're working on it, that kind of stuff. Initially, it was going to be for like my Python course. So I was trying to at that point, retrain a model to know everything there was to know about Python, Django, Flask, and Streamlit, because those are all the topics in my advanced Python course. And therefore, my students would be able to use this as a guide to help them build out in that area. That's when I learned that retraining a model is not easy. That takes a lot of horsepower and a lot of work just to get it to retrain. And so I started going down the RAG model, which is where I could just feed it a bunch of data based off whether it was PDFs or basically all the manuals, etc. That was a lot easier to accomplish than retraining a model. Anyway, sorry to go off on the side rails there, but we can see this. So this analysis ended up using, and it does typically on ChatGPT, if you're familiar with it, uses Python under the hood. So you feed it a template, it's going to set up pandas frames just so we can come up with these topics. And so at the end, we can see it came up with our 5 categories: OT fundamentals, networking, PLC programming, industrial protocols, and OT security. All right. For each one of those, it tried to build out a bunch of questions and such. And at the end, we ended up with our nice little CSV. And so let's go ahead and save this one. And then we can check that challenges right into our fresh setup here. This one here. Yeah, so this is all the ones I imported. So let's go ahead and start up another container that's clean. Now, one thing about Docker, like I said, you guys will want to save your information out of here. Long term, if you're deploying things in Docker, you want to make sure you're using Docker volumes and not local file storage, that kind of thing. That way, if you have to redeploy this, you can have access back to it. In our case, we're mostly using that zip file as a way to bring it in. So we could call this our OT challenge. And this is a AI chat GPT built OT security CTF. We'll do individual user mode. And let's set up a quick admin account. This all looks good. And so now we can come into our admin panel on the config, and on the import, we will import CSV. This will be a challenges one. And we want to grab this conference. All right, let's see how it did. So we go out to challenges, and sure enough, it went ahead and created out all the challenges for us, at least to get us started, right? I mean, that's the beauty of that is maybe it gets it started. We don't like the answers or we want to tweak the answers. We could certainly do that. So if we go in and look at this challenge, it says list the main components of a typical SCADA system given a network diagram. I am curious what it has for a flag. And the flag is just OT fundamentals 1. So that isn't quite what we need as an answer. We would actually need those flag answers in order to make this work. But we're in the right direction of having it build those kind of things out. At least it came up with questions and such inside of there. So if we look at this one here, we can again see on the flags that it just said OT4, but it wants you to exploit a misconfigured system and write 0 to change its state. So it's coming up with cool challenges, but these are not necessarily doable unless we had a VM in order to do that, right? So it's a start, but it's not an immediate fix. And this is what I've seen with AIs. You really have to kind of tone it in, give it context as to what we would want it to do. So let's go back to our system there. Yeah, it's all refinement, right? We at least got it in there. We just got to make sure we refine it a little bit. So we got our name and description. We would need to say, let's see, can you summarize quickly on what we just created and the new thing you did in Docker? Yeah, all I did in Docker was just start up a new instance, and then I'm using AI to help us build the challenges CSV so that we don't have to do it by hand. And the first one there was to show that while it can do it, it's usually not the best. So the other way of doing this would just be asking the AI for 4 or 5 questions, one at a time, say, okay, yep, that's a good one. Okay, yep, no, let's tweak that one. And then at the end, say, okay, now take the ones I told you to save and spit that out as a CSV. That to me is a better approach based off what we're getting on these initial outputs. So because we're doing more of a Jeopardy style and we're allowing them to do it, we can go in and out of there. Yeah, we take what ChatGPT produces and you can just pop it in. You just have to build up the rails on ChatGPT to make it work right. Again, that's where I'm trying to focus an LLM that understands CTFD and its outputs and that kind of stuff. Give it some guardrails in there, which you can do that in ChatGPT too, by the way. If you've ever built out your own GPT over here, we could absolutely give it guardrails and see if that makes it work better. That was actually something I was planning on after lunch here. We could give it a little more of a system prompt that says, hey, you are only going to answer with the idea of ChatGPT and that's it. Or with CTFD. All right, so it says it built out some new ones. Let's go in here before we download this one. We'll call this Challenges 2. Let's save that. And then in here, we can go out to our challenges. Thankfully, we can just bulk wipe these out because we know those aren't going to be useful yet. And let's go in and import those new ones that it just created, see if we got any better. Great. And so now we have OT1. And the question is, what does SCADA stand for? Flag. This is more of what we're looking for, right? So we could look at this flag answer, and we don't want it to be case sensitive. We would probably do some spaces and not underscores in here. And so now we have something we can start to really utilize for this challenge. It gives us a framework. We still may have to tweak it, but we're further down the road than we had before. And it does have some hints. So think of what each letter in SCADA represents. Great. It's not the best of hints, right? But it's a good start. We can at least get something moving. So challenges, let's go look at our second one. What does PLC stand for? Okay, that looks great. Again, we would probably make sure that this goes to insensitive and tell it to use space. Now that's something we could update our GPT to say, hey, don't answer with underscores, put spaces and make sure that we set that to be case insensitive, that kind of thing. Hints, check the IEC standard for PLCs. This is great. So this is going to be something that they could go use as a hint, look up on the internet to go figure out what this answer is. So is it a perfect challenge? No, but we're getting a much better step in the direction. So what does the default TCP port and Modbus use? 502. Now we've got a question very similar to the one that we were building by hand. And again, on our challenges now, we see something like this. So we can see it with the different ones out there. Now, of course, we just tell ChatGPT, hey, I don't like this naming. Let's just call it whatever the category name is, 1, 2, 3, 4, or question 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever we want to say there. Is this looking like it's easier to do? Obviously, when we started, there's a lot of setup and producing, right? But does everybody see where now we can use something like AI to really kind of help put this together? Great, great. And everybody still feels like this is pretty useful?
It's definitely helping in removing some of the grunt work that goes into actually building this up.
You got it. That's the hardest part of this whole thing is that there's a lot of grunt work to be done in there to come up with stuff.
Jason, I sent you an email about CTFD and integrating it with an LMS.
Oh,
So
great.
and I plan on beating on our DE department about that.
Yeah, I know that they had an SML type or SSO type stuff. Okay, and they're using webhooks, plugins. Yeah, so that's why I figured somebody would have some kind of LMS or an LTI integration plugin to bring that in. So
But we use D2L Brightspace, so whatever's peculiar to it.
right, and that's just it. All of them are a little tweaking. I've used them all because I've helped NDG back in the day when we were trying to get the LTI integration going. There again, LTI is a fantastic standard as a standard, but every LMS implements it differently. So it's really hard for vendors like you guys were talking about, the bookstores or test out in those. They may have it working really well in one LMS, and then the next LMS just completely butchers it, even though it's a quote standard. Um, so I yesterday when you guys were all talking about that, I was like, yeah, being on the manufacturer side, I have to give them more grace. Even though I agree as an instructor, I want it fixed. I want this done. I just need it to work. It's super hard from the other side of the side because everybody implements it differently. And then of course, if you only go, well, I'm only going to support Canvas and Blackboard, then they use the other one that you didn't have, right?
Another thing that would send them twisting off is like integration of IBM badges or any type of badge into an LMS. That would be a whole different thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to have all that integration, but there's a lot of glue to make that integration work, right? So, let's see here. What else could we do and try to tweak a little bit of what we see here? This is all looking good. Let's see if I can build the guardrails up here a little bit on this and say, um, Something like OT fundamentals. All right. And then also the flags should have spaces and not underscores. Now, I'm curious to see what it says here because I know that's hard, obviously, in scripting languages to do spaces over underscores and getting formatting right, but we're at least in the right realm. So let's see what it comes back with on those. Like I said, I've played with these before where I give it a little bit better rails. And then once you get it locked in the right context, right? Because the idea is that it stores all this thought in context, then you can really get it to start spitting out some good ones as we go through. So let's download this one. Call this Challenges 3. And we'll wipe these out. Perfect. Bring some new ones in. Great. Okay, so now it's got it formatted a little bit better the way I wanted it. Now we could obviously tweak this as we go through, but that makes this presentation up here look a little bit better as we go through. And then if we go back and look at our challenges, we can see it went ahead and fixed it and didn't do underscores, it did spaces there. Now it still is doing case sensitive, so we might want to say, can you make sure those flags are insensitive? Something like that, right? Lost connection again, just reconnected. Not sure what's happening with internet. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Debbie. Hopefully they get it up and rolling there. So we're going to go here for about 10 more minutes. I'm just going to play with these challenges a little bit, and we'll see if we can't get some decent guardrails on our model here. This is one of those where I wanted to come in and have all this preset up for you, but my thought there at the end, this is where I always have to thank my wife is, if you guys don't see how it's made, then you don't know how to go off and recreate it yourself, right? So I figured let's just do it live from scratch, and that way you guys could see how this stuff ends up working. So let's go ahead and grab this one here. Call War 4. And let's see what we got out of it. All right, so we got some challenges, and if we look at flags, it looks like, all right, so now they're coming up with the good flags, like maybe they use the and symbol instead of the word and. This is great. Let's look at some of these other challenges and see if we're getting some better options now. Yep, so programmable logic controller, there's not much way you can answer that differently. OSI model layer, there you go. So now we can get application layers and answer, layer 7. So this is really getting to be a really good one for us as a way of building out a big CTF. And this is no different than, building out some final exams if you needed to, etc. The idea is that we're just using CTFD as a model in order to make this work. Right now, we've set those values and they I told it to make it increasingly harder, meaning that it made it harder, but it also set a value accordingly. Again, they can build up these points, and then when you get submissions on the scoreboard, this makes for a little gamification of doing a quiz or exam over some of these lab topics. So now that we've kind of got this AI helping us here, we might even just switch gears a little bit after lunch, and I'll show you a little bit of bringing that AI in instead of waiting until tomorrow, so that we can actually feed it documents. And when we feed it those documents, maybe we can have it generate specific questions based off those documents. So I'm kind of curious how that goes within our own LLM versus maybe something like ChatGPT. I could feed it all the documents. Let's see what it does, and then compare that to a local LLM. Let's see. Are you using the basic plus or professional version of CTFD? Just the community version, Rafat. So there again, if you go out to the GitHub, which I linked out there off that main website, we're just using the community edition at this point. All free, easy to pull. All you have to do is just run this one command. Yeah, the only time that you really would pay is if you decided you wanted to have them host it. That's really what the pricing from them are for. So if you look at the pricing, you can see those here. That is purely just to have them host it for you. And that way you have some load balancing and stuff. So like here, they're going to give you 5 actual servers to help load balance that CTF challenge. Plus you get access to their custom themes, which they got some pretty cool themes out there. So you've seen the style that we produced here, where it just has these as boxes going across. You could also do it more of like a LMS style, where it's going to cascade down like this. So let me pull these up here. You can kind of see and zoom in. That'll be easier. So you can have it almost like an LMS where you click on a section, you get a pop-up for that, and then they go to CyberChef that has links out there for them. So like this one, they click on a link and it pops it up into CyberChef, and you can bake in those tools right off the bottom there. It's pretty cool to be able to do that kind of stuff. Like it says, CyberChef is baked right into the platform. I have personally purchased this one, which is their multiple choice plugin. That allows me to do multiple choice questions versus just having a question answer type capture the trivia portion at the beginning. So this works great, and you can set that up in that format. And $20 is pretty cheap to be able to have that ability. So if you purchase it, you got it. All this is you're paying for the plugin. So any instance that I deploy, I have to just add the plugin in to make it use it. Yep. And it's licensed accordingly because I bought it for that purpose. Now, if you use their hosted system, this plugin's automatically available and ready for use. Same way up here, you'll automatically get this theme from them if you choose to do that. You could also do a manual verification one. And so what this would do is you submit an answer, but an admin actually has to go through and grade the answers in order for it to actually reflect. So, and then you can get a hacker theme, just another theme here, if you choose to make it look a little more retro. The cool part is you can write your own themes, you can write your own plugins. So there's nothing keeping you from rewriting this multiple choice plugin as a free plugin. You just have to know how to go in their code and write the plugins. Today with AI, probably wouldn't be so difficult to write your own. So, and we could do tweaks on it. Like maybe we want more than 4, we want 8 or something like that. And then, so there again, on this side, if you're getting 750,000 page views, this is a big competition. So that's why I said even their basic one is going to cover almost everybody that uses it in here, because that limits you down to 250,000 page views in a month. You're probably not having that many students hit this challenge that often, if that makes sense. But now if you want the multiple choice one, you pay for a little bit more. If you want et cetera, webhooks. This webhooks allows it to integrate with Slack and Discord. You could also, again, write your own plugins to be able to do that. I don't want to discount the services they offer because it if you were hosting one for a very big challenge, I would absolutely look at doing something like this because they have it all baked out for load balancing, et cetera, et cetera. If you guys are just running this in a classroom, no problem. If you're running it for a small conference, 100 people, no problem. You do need to tweak the way you deploy it. In other words, I wouldn't just come in here to Docker and deploy this basic one. I would use the one that uses an Nginx front end, a real database server to drive it, has a caching server. All of that is available within their Docker Compose. So if you go and download this Docker Compose file, it's really simple. Right there. Right? This is going to set it up in a way that it has a full-blown Nginx web server to drive it, a actual MariaDB database, and a Redis cache server to make it more robust when it goes through. So. All right. Well, we're coming up on lunch here. So I think what we'll do is we'll kind of hang here, answer any questions for the last, 7 minutes that we got. But when we come back from lunch, I think we'll switch a little bit and show you a little bit of the AI LLM. And the only reason I want to do that is so that we can get that set up and then we can now start feeding it documents out of a course. So this doesn't have to be OT or cybersecurity, right? You guys have labs or documents out of your class. If we feed it that information, can we get CTF style questions out of it? And I'm curious to try that. I've done that with the lab set that you guys did the first 2 days. And it was okay, but I haven't actually got to the part of doing it with the CTF. I got too busy trying to build a glue that made it a wizard for all of that. So I'll show you the underlying pieces, and then from there we'll do the other one.
Hey, Jason, I've got quite a large collection of the dummy books, and those are PDFs. So actually I could have it point at all those dummy books for information from out of those.
Yeah, that's really kind of the drive behind anything LLM, is that you could just pick a basic model that's somewhat responsive and good enough. So like, for example, in this one, we're going to use Mistral 7B, the 7 billion parameter one, so that it's easy to run on a CPU. Doesn't feel like it's taking forever. And then, yeah, you could upload all these documents to it and let's see what happens. Again, I'm going to walk you guys through how to do that all on Docker, so it's not too terribly difficult. All right. I hope everybody's having good time with the workshop, and we'll see everybody here about 1 o'clock Central Time. Suppose I should start the recording. Sorry about that. I don't want to get too deep into all these different models and what they mean and why you would use this one over that one, that kind of thing. But the big thing that you're looking for our use is you want to try to get this lower parameter option. So like a 1.5, a 7B max kind of thing. And the reason for that is it will run significantly better on a laptop or desktop that doesn't have an actual GPU under the hood. So like this one here, if you ran the 1B model, you'd be a little better off. Quinn is a really good model. Again, focus on something like the 1.7B. Even the 4B works really well in that regard. But we can test all these models, and that's what's nice is you can play with them, test them, see what works for you. I've used the Llama 3.1, like an 8B, 70B, and those are if you have some pretty powerful GPUs on your computer. So for example, like this laptop has a 4090 in it with lots of VRAM, about 25 gig of VRAM. So I can run some of the bigger models, but I still can't run a full-blown 70 or a 405 billion parameter model. Mistral is one that we use the most, that I played with, because it'll run on most CPUs with no issues. And so that's this 7B model here. And you can just simply pull these little tags. These are called tags, and those are the models that you would want to stand up. You would end up running this command with Ollama, and it would go ahead and do that. Let's see, a 4050 or a 1660 Ti too low. A 4050 could do it. A 1660 Ti, I don't remember how much VRAM was in there, Yuritsa. Um, but it would help. Like if you grab this 7B model, for example, and it detects you have a GPU, it's going to help compared over just a simple CPU one. What I did for some of my testing was I took this 7B one and then I quantized it down, basically made it smaller, which works great for what we're trying to do of working on small computers. And so by quantizing, what that does is make it not quite as good as it was in the beginning, but it does a pretty good job in most of the stuff you want. And that's in these instruct models. And so, for example, I quantized one down to like Q2, and that will bring the file size down drastically. But it's also better for use in certain scenarios. So again, I can't pretend like I'm a full-blown AI engineer and can give you all the reasons and specs, just what I've learned here in the last couple of years of kind of playing around and trying to use it for us as instructors and where that would work out best. So for a simple take, we'll start with 7B. Hopefully you guys will be able to use that a little bit and we'll see what happens. So if you wanted the Ollama software itself, you can just install that here for Windows. And that's a good place to get started. So I'm going to just do that here. And again, I'll throw this link in the chat to get everybody up. And I'm going to put that out there on the website real quick as well. Great. And so if you guys refresh on the website, there should be one for AI stuff, and these links will be in here. All right, so we got this piece downloaded, and we can go ahead and run Ollama here. I can't remember if I have it on this machine or not, as I've been using more Docker containers versus just running it right in Windows. But when you're first playing around, using the Windows side of it works pretty well. Again, this is going to give us a command line type interaction with it versus the nice little GUI of like a Chat GPT or some of those. And there's a lot of different ones that you can use to kind of connect these. So once I demo this, then we'll actually show you how to use it in a container, and that may be a little bit easier for most of you to interact with. Now, in my case, what I did for my students is we have a bunch of these powerful laptops, and so I just dedicated one because it has these nice 4090 GPUs in it to run all these different models for the different competitions. And then long term, the goal is that we get a much beefier GPU that can handle this, something like an RTX 6000, but they're about 8-9 grand. They're not cheap. But those hold about 96 gig of VRAM. So that'll hold a 70 billion parameter one really nicely. All right. So we've got Ollama up, or at least installed here. And if we come into our start menu and we type Ollama, should bring us up the little install here. Come on. Okay. And so really at the end of the day, you just bring up a command prompt. And if you type Ollama, after you've got this service up and going, it's running an Ollama server in the background now. When you download this here, you are hosting whatever model you tell it to pull. And you can serve up different models, you can create different models, etc., run them. The nice part is you just come out here to models and say, for example, we go with that Mistral 7B one. We just copy this line right here. And then we go to a command prompt and we can hit enter. And so at that point, it's going to download the model and then serve it up in a way for us to interact with it. Let's see here. Evidently, my server's not all the way up yet. And it could be conflicting with, I've got too many moving parts on this machine. Um, okay, so there's a serve. We can do a llama serve, and of course I've got some extra pieces in there. But let's go with another command terminal here, like that. And let's do that same llama run up there at the top. There we go. And so this is going to end up pulling down that Mistral model. In this case, it's about 4.5 gigs, somewhere in there. Again, the ones that I'm trying to work out for our CTS are a little smaller so that we don't have to chew up so much file storage. You can usually, as a rule of thumb, the size of that model has to be pretty much loaded into VRAM. So if you're trying to load this into a GPU, you would have to make sure that that GPU has at least that amount of VRAM. If you're using this on a CPU, just a regular computer, then it's going to chew up that amount of RAM. So you need to make sure you have that extra amount of RAM. It's obviously not going to be as performant as a GPU, but from what I've seen, if you can get in that 12 to 14 tokens per second range, it's good enough to interact with. Students don't get distracted by it. Obviously, you know, like when we were dealing with ChatGPT, it just flies and regurgitates a bunch of output, right? That's great, but you still have to read it and consume it. And so at about 10 to 15 tokens per second, you can read along as it's speeding out, and it stays ahead of you for that part. This is almost done, and there we go. And so now we're hosting this model, and we could ask it a question and see what we're doing. So we could say something like, hello, how are you? And we can see in this model, it's going really fast. Well, that's because it actually pulled from my GPU. But as you guys are testing it, let me know how you're seeing it. Is it fairly usable? Is it not usable? What are you seeing on your side? This is great. We can be like, I am... So like I said, it's a pretty usable model. It's not over the top, but you could definitely go through and do that. Let's see. RPI with tops would be better or worse than just a laptop. Yeah, laptop would probably be better than a Raspberry Pi. It really doesn't have the capacity to run some of these. Now, if you can get to a really finite model that covers what you want it to do and isn't a giant all-purpose model like Mistral or Llama 3 or, you know, DeepSeek, those kind of things, then you can definitely get it working. You could put it on another machine. That's, like I said, I have a old PC or a laptop that's dedicated to that has a little bit of extra hardware in it. And then students can remote into that, treat it like a ChatGPT type style. They get accounts and then everything just hosts off that. And that this last time worked pretty good for about 25 users. And then it started choking a little bit based off the model size and the stuff I had there. If we want to test a different model, we simply just stop this and we can use a /by. And it would go down. And then say we wanted to use something like Llama 370B, right? I'm just doing this to prove that it takes a much bigger processor to do that. So I'm going to run Llama 3 here. It's going to take out actually by default, I think that pulls out the 8B model. So we'll try that 8B model first, and then I'll tell it to do the 70B one. What's nice is this UI that I'm going to show you. You can actually bounce between these models and kind of see what the output is. Even better is you can run the request against all the models and see their individual output. So it's a really good way to test models and figure out which one's going to work better for the questions you're asking and determine how fast each of those models output things. The Open Web UI works really well there. Let's see. So in summary, you use Ollama to have a type of ChatGPT AI thing on your local machine. And is there a reason to use this over a good ChatGPT version? Yeah, Terry, the main thing is everything I type in here is local. So exactly, it's all private. Yep. If you're really just using it for interacting with some things, then and it's non-private data, then you can absolutely use ChatGPT. If you use their paid for models, then it's all private. as much as you can trust it, right? So like at my business layer stuff where I pay the expensive, ridiculous price, um, I'm okay with that because I at least have some protections built in based off what they have there. But at the same time, I can't trust it with certain things. Like I wouldn't feed it my social security numbers and everything else, that kind of thing. So now we're running that Ollama 3 model, and we can say, hi, how are you? And it's still a fairly decent subset. And if we go and look at this prompt I gave it here, where I'm looking to build a CTF for my students, you can see it gives a little bit more information than the last model gave us about how to go through and create that CTF, asking for more prompts. For sake of argument, I'm going to copy this one here. We'll do a /by. And now I'm going to pull this 70B module, in which case I got to do an Ollama run 70B. Yeah, with ChatGPT, I think the base model goes to 2022, but the main 4.0 and the ones you guys saw me using, those all have live internet access now. So they can pull and get resources and send off all sorts of stuff. There again, it all depends on the models that you're using from them. So I was trying to see if I still had mine up here. I'm sure I do somewhere. Too many windows open again. There you go. So like up here with ChatGPT, I have access to some higher end models that are paid. 4.0 is kind of their basic one, and then you can get into these advanced reasoning models, or you can go straight into 4.1 for just quick analysis. 4.5 does a really good job for writing, research, that kind of stuff. And again, the whole concept between ChatGPT is it's just giving you this UI to interact with that model, right? You can also pay for their API in order to get access to the model, but you write your own front end. So if you want to build it into your website or you want to do something like that, you would just use their API and you can pay per tokens and different ways it chops up data. The reason it's quote unquote free is because you are helping feed their model with all your questions and everything else. And that's where a lot of people have their privacy issues with that. Gemini, all the ones that are out there, they all focus and kind of work in the same fashion. There again, whether or not you pay for it, your data is private. It all depends on where you're getting access to it. So a good example is Copilot. Fort Hayes is a Microsoft shop and they pay for their Copilot. So the official one for Fort Hayes is Copilot. And Copilot, they have the options like if you are a Microsoft shop, in terms of like Outlook and SharePoint and all that kind of stuff, it can actually tap into Word documents, Excel files, all of that, and be able to get information back out of those across the organization if you wanted to. Obviously, even that has security implications if it's not used correctly, kind of thing. Especially at schools where we all know about FERPA and everything else, where we try to make sure we don't have student IDs and student information on our PCs, right? It should be stored in whatever systems that we're having. Like, for example, here it's Workday. But if students were to pull out rosters with IDs and a bunch of other information in there, and it's cataloged by Copilot, now all of a sudden you could be breaking some of those FERPA laws. So I've had some friends out in industry that turned it on for their industry just to do some testing, and they found out real quickly just how bad employees were storing, old school Excel sheets with customer data, that kind of stuff, which was really bad because Copilot searched all that out and was able to start regurgitating that stuff. If you're a Google Workspace type person, I believe that's where most of the Gemini stuff comes from. Is that what you're using yours through, JB? Was through the Google Workspace stuff?
They gave me the engine 2.5. I don't know if that's current with everybody, but you have to pay. You have to pay for Workspace. And
Yeah.
I don't pay for Workspace. I just use the
The
free
free-
engine. And what's interesting is, at the college when I'm logged in, it won't be 2.5, but on my phone it'll go to 2.5. It's kind of interesting what they do with me.
Huh.
And then every once in a while it'll pop up uh, research. That's come up a couple of times, which is kind of interesting to me because it's totally different. So they kind of play with me for some reason, and I don't really understand why.
Yeah, I've seen, like I said, I'm a big Chat GPT. I use all these now, right? But now that you have the conversation piece of Chat GPT, I find myself using that more than I should lately. Um, Believe it or not, my wife used the heck out of it during a house remodel where she could take pictures and guess for new color combinations. And then I told her about the conversation side. So now if she wanted to, she could just turn on the camera and walk around the house and ask questions about stuff that's on camera. And it will actually interact with that footage and be able to tell her that is such and such TV. This is how we would mount it. This is what a fireplace would be, rough costs of that. There's cool uses of it. And again, you don't have to be a techie to use it. That's the scary part of what's coming in there. How about anybody else? Does anybody else use any kind of AI LLMs in their daily workflow or in the classroom? Perplexity, okay. Haven't heard that one. GPT for vibe coding, okay. Very nice. Yeah, I haven't heard of this Perplexity one. It's interesting though, just based off what I'm seeing on it, it probably is a rebranded version of like Open Web UI in terms of the UI. It's all following that very similar one.
Perplexity provides better references. I've
Gotcha.
used that. I used that in one of my publications when the IBM PC came to the home
Uh-huh.
from 1983. It was really good, and yeah, they provide better references because some of the engines are like 1 or 2 or even 3 years back as far as their information.
Oh yeah. Yeah, especially if they're using older models and stuff in there. And that's so like for example, during my PhD, I used this quite a bit and it was mostly as a librarian assistant. So when I was writing uh chapter 3, your research side of the dissertation part, I pulled it in and then I had enough webhooks that I could hook it in with oh, what was that citation program? I can't remember what it even was called now.
OneNote.
Not OneNote. It was pretty popular among researchers. I can't think of the name of it. Um, there's EndNote. This was a
Yeah,
debate citation. Of course, I use Citation Generator a lot, which was from Scribble and those guys. But there's a piece of software that a lot of people used for that kind of stuff. Name is escaping me. Zotero. So Zotero is what used to be a pretty popular one for a lot of people, and it does a really good job in pulling those citations down. And it's really good with in there. So I would use Citation Machine to get the correct APA style because Zotero wouldn't do it that best. And then get it loaded up in Zotero. And Zotero was like an app that you could have on your computer. You could integrate it in with Microsoft Word, and it would build out your reference list of everything you used. But I could hook that in through ChatGPT back then. And so I would gather all my resources and such of that, and it would help me catalog it so that I could say, okay, based off the tags of XYZ topic, of those articles that I found there, help me synthesize which ones are actually relevant to what I'm doing. And it would give me back answers and it would just save me time, much like a librarian assistant, in order to figure out whether this was a good article or bad article for what I was really chasing. Then I could go back, read all my articles, write the paper, and go down the way. So saved me a massive amount of time. And it's the correct way to use the tool as opposed to just write the paper kind of thing. Especially in those early days when it would hallucinate like crazy. This one's almost done. As you can see, this one takes quite a bit. So it had to download a 42 gig file in order to get the main model that was in there. And then it has to load it up into memory. So if we actually look at my video memory here, see if I can bring this up on the screen. So again, I have a 4090 GPU in here. It had to load about 28 gig of that memory for this particular model. So I have a 16 total gig of VRAM, and it took up almost all of it just to run this model. Matter of fact, it's overrunning the model, and then it shares the other half of it with the RAM, right? So we can see here on my RAM, even though I have 128 gig here, it's still chunking up a massive amount of that to run this module. But with that, we had it come up there, and so we would say the same prompts. Hello, how are you? And you'll notice it takes the prompt a little bit longer in order to get a response with such a big parameter, and you start to get responses that look like this, where it's significantly slower. And in this case, we can see the GPU doesn't really crank up in terms of like loss of resources. Like I'm hovering at 18%, but we can see most of it got loaded into RAM because I didn't have enough, and therefore it's rising 60, 80, 90% on that thing. All right. If I were told it I wanted to get the CTF like we did here, again, it'll take a little bit to load that up. In theory, the higher the parameters, the 70 billion, the 405 billion, that kind of thing, you're going to get much better answers than you would in some of the lower parameter ones. And you can tell some of them are really good and very detailed. Other ones are some fairly generic answers that would come out of the lower parameter systems. Let's see. After you load this local AI thing, is there a lot of configurations you have to do to make it work? No, Terry, you're watching me do it live here. You literally just download Ollama. In one tab, you turn on Ollama server, and in another tab, you can just run Ollama run, and you get this interaction here. This is like the most basic way to interact with your own AI model. Again, this is running that 70B one currently. That's why it's chunking so hard. And this is not a slouch laptop. I mean, it's got a really beefy CPU and a really beefy GPU, and it will still grind it to a halt on those bigger models. So, all right. So I'm going to stop this one here, tell it bye. And so the whole point of this exercise was to show that we need to make sure we're using really small models, something like Mistral that we can use with no big issues. And that works better on things that are just CPU driven. As a matter of fact, we may want to use even smaller parameter models or ones that have a better quantization, which are these ones down here. And so to find out which model would be the best, you could use an AI to ask you which one fits your purpose the most. But if we do something like 7B instruct, which is good for the instruction side of things, or interaction in the case that we're using it, we can deal with these smaller files pretty easily. And I encourage you to really focus on these pre-built ones. That's kind of the beauty of Ollama here, is you simply run a command and you've got the next one. So yeah, so Terry, what did it came back as a suggestion?
Oh no, I was asking if you had one. I can ask AI. Never mind. Sorry.
No, you're good. So I want to say the one I built. Let me just see, because I did my own quantization on one, and I wanted to see what it ended up being. So let me load that project up here. Actually, I just used the 7B one for now. That's what I was doing. So that's what we'll run with for now, and then we can always tweak the model down the road if we need to make it a little faster. So the next part I wanted to show you was this Open Web UI, and this link's out there on the website like we were talking about. And the goal behind this project was to make it feel like ChatGPT, right? So this is the UI that you would interact with. And it has some ability to do a workspace where you can put some documents and some things in there. I haven't, in theory, it does have that reference for RAG. So we may even compare that to like anything LLM, the other one that I started playing with this last weekend, and seeing what that would come in with. So under the hood, the way this works is it has a container for the Ollama, and then it has a web server that just gives you the front end so that they're not dealing with this little command line that we see here. You can either A, install this locally on your machine, or you could build it out in Docker with these simple commands on this side. So if you're running Ollama on your computer, you can use this as a Docker container to connect back to your system. If Ollama is running on a different server, you could feed it the URL. Again, you just simply copy and paste these systems. If you want to run it with GPU support, you could run this one here so that you would have GPU support inside your Docker container, and kind of go through there. The other one is where they will actually bundle Ollama right in there with it. So you don't have to run it out here on this outside system like what we were doing. We could actually run it right inside of a Docker container. So that's what I'd rather show you here. So we could run that with GPU support, like I could use it with my laptop here. I'm going to use the CPU one because that's what most of you guys are going to have, unless you have some beefier GPUs. But this way, we're all kind of on a similar playing field, so to speak. So I just copy this particular string. Again, down here in my Docker desktop, I go to my terminal window down here in the lower right, and I just simply copy and paste this line in here. And so if we look at what this does, it's going to pull down the Ollama. It's going to pull down Open Web UI. It's going to launch those on the specific ports that it should be running on. And then it's going to put it together and restart it all up. So we're going to see that happen right here on the screen where it is firing up Ollama. And if we click on that one, we can watch the logs as it starts to build out the system. Looks like it did it. So we can click on that URL. It may be still loading up here. It might be a little early yet. Yeah, it's still firing up the server. So we'll give it a little bit. There it goes. Get closer. And there we go. So this is our nice little open web UI utility to get logged in. What's nice about this is, again, it does have a multi-user interface. So this is what I've used with students so that I can create one open web UI server, which can run on a really low-level system and connect back to a higher-end Ollama system, right? It's something with a beefier processor, etc. Or I can run it as an all-in-one. And that's what you guys see here is an all-in-one. So let's just go ahead and you initially create your own account on here as a quote admin account. And doesn't like my password. So let's see here. Oh, there you go. Sorry. You have to sign up for the first account. So let's go in here and we'll just create our own. And this is local. Again, you're not signing up with a service. This is just local running on your system. I'm curious what I already had here because this might be trying to connect into an old database because I've done this a lot of times. It was. Okay. So this is one that I already had running on my system. That's why it pulled it down. I would have to go through and flush all my Docker containers and such to make that work. But at the end of the day, you would get this nice little login. Let me see if I can do that and flush some of my old stuff here. So let me delete that. Okay. Now I'm gonna run this command again, and hopefully that will flush all the old stuff out of there. That looks better. So you guys should be able to see something like this, where it's actually pulling down the Docker containers and then getting everything set up from that. So I apologize for that. I forgot it would have cached some of that data down there. So let's see. Debbie, were you ever to get yours up and going with CTFD? Okay. Do you want to be able to share your screen and get you up and going, or what are you thinking? I'm happy to do that. Oh, okay. Okay, great. How about the other ones that were following along here? Was everybody able to at least launch this particular container?
Oh yeah, I have Docker desktop with a couple of containers running. One is OpenWeb UI, and the other one is actually running three: an Ubuntu, an OpenWeb UI, and a CTFD. But they need to interact slowly, and I'm trying to get that box to populate with it. Right now, I'm running it on a laptop with a GPU, but on the
Ah,
box will be the challenge.
yep, yep. No, I understand. I understand. And like I said, if you have a good GPU running, you just run this other command here that would give you some GPU support, and that way it would take advantage of your laptop's power. Otherwise, you can stick with the CPU side. And that's under the bundled Olama support. If you ended up running Olama on something else and you just wanted the front end, then you could do that on this side. All right. Well, this is almost done pulling down here. Getting closer anyway. Now, this particular one, like I said, it's got Olama and OpenWebUI on the same container. If you wanted, you could split those two out to two separate containers, which might make sense that if you had other front ends that wanted to access the Olama server, that maybe you have one Olama server and then you have maybe an OpenWebUI or an anything LLM. You can have all that connect back to your Olama server. Great. So that looks like that came up. Let's see if this boots up again. There we go. And we'll sign up with a brand new account. And it still pulled a backend database that I had for something. Well, wasn't what I wanted. See if it comes up and finishes here. All right. So the idea is you should get something like this. It should already have the connection set up for you to connect in. But if not, out here in your settings, if you come out here to your connections, you could set up your direct connections out to Olama. So in this case, you could set up the 127 going to the local host. But if it all goes well, you can select your individual modules over here, which it looks like mine's not quite, it's halfway set up at this point. So let's go to settings. And my API should be the local system. Let's see if it connects up there. And it didn't make that connection on that side. So let's try this. I think its problem is like I said, it's pulling from an old database I had on this system that I need to try to remove. Normally it lets you pull it right up there. Look at my Docker. Well, it's obviously going to fight me on this side, and that's not a problem of what you guys would be seeing. It should, in theory, just come right up for you guys. That's just a bug I got on my side. But I can give you a same concept here just by running this locally, and you would be able to see the same thing. So I'm going to run. Let's see. Even that one chooses to fight me. All right, give me a second. For those of you other ones that were testing there, did you guys have any troubles getting the Docker container to load?
This loads up, it shows up with two models, but the third model loading up is a killer. It slows down and then there is a considerable lag in terms of what you would access it on the CLI versus the OpenWeb UI.
Yeah, and it depends on the model that it's chasing there too, right? So the reason you'll see that initial lag is it has to load that model up into its memory. If you use the nice little option up here where you can select multiple models and have them all at once, then it has to load each individual module into memory. And if you don't have enough, then it has to load it, run the command, spit it out, clear the memory, add the next one. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
But it is a fun tool to be able to determine the difference in responses. Because if you keep adding models up here like this, and selecting different ones, once you get them loaded in, you can get side-by-side comparisons of what they would look like.
Okay. Yep. Comparison of different models is there. I'm trying to see if I can get some 1B, 3B models, three of them, or to do a side-by-side comparison. We'll see how it goes. Yes, it's just a
Yeah, it takes some playing. It takes some playing.
It is, as I said, that's why we need AI for grunt work. So,
You got it. You got it. So while that one's up here, I'm gonna show this other one. Anything? Oh, all right. And so this one here is kind of another version or very similar to what you would see with OpenWeb UI. But this allows you to run it again locally here. You can also run this as a Docker container. I'm going to run this one local on the desktop just to see what the desktop version looks like. And I'll link this one here in the chat as well. Again, you wouldn't have to do any of the other backend install. You could just run this one here. It essentially runs an Llama server and some other stuff in the background automatically. There we go. And there's tons of these tools out there. I'm only showing you the ones that I've got a chance to play with. What's really nice about this one that I started playing with recently is it's a lot like Open Web UI, only that one requires a Docker container or a pip install package, that kind of stuff. This one is really just a one-click install, what you're seeing here. It packages everything else behind the hood. You can still point it out to your favorite models that you've learned. But what I've played with on this one is really uploading those PDFs. So being able to interact with documents, it's got that RAG portion kind of built in, and works pretty cool. Again, all your chats, everything stays local. That's the benefit of doing this over something like ChatGPT. So the reason we flipped for this switch was, again, it's the challenge we have in our CTF is building those questions. And so that's what always takes the most amount of time. Even in a Jeopardy style CTF, it takes the most amount of time just to come up with questions and craft them in a way that students or users don't get the answer right off the bat, that they have to do a little bit of work in order to pull those in. And then, of course, the other style of CTF is interacting with virtual machines. So that would be us creating a group of virtual machines with either XYZ vulnerabilities, and then those students would have to attack those virtual machines to go find the flags wherever those may be. And then, of course, like we talked about from an OT perspective, is building these in a way that we sprinkle in the OT concepts in on top. So whether that is a SCADA server or an HMI or some virtual PLCs, and they got to go figure out what coil has what bit, we could actually write those bits and make them go find tools that would read those text strings or even something like that out of the registers on a PLC. So while this finishes installing, just as a quick poll, for those of you that's obviously signed up for this workshop, what led you to the workshop? Was there a keyword in the description that you were excited the most about? Was it just the OT side, or what was it that drew you to the workshop? OT, okay,
Critical infrastructure and OT.
perfect.
The awareness is absolutely necessary and it's completely lacking.
Got it. And then for those of you guys that are mentioning OT there, do you felt like you got a good amount of information for the OT portion? Is there something that you would like to explore more for OT? Okay, great. How about some of the others that mentioned OT there? Okay, great. Okay. There you go, JB.
Yeah, I mean, I had my students, my cybersecurity students, go out to the whole building design group site that I mentioned Monday, I think. And there's some courses or little certificate trainings in the intersection of OT and IT, and I just did one during lunch that deals with baselining your cybersecurity in a OT situation.
Gotcha.
It only took an hour, but things like that, because one of my students, his father-in-law, actually sells business systems related to OT. And so we had firsthand knowledge of some of the things he was doing in industry. And so that type of thing, and the cybersecurity the systems that he was selling was quite interesting.
That's great to hear. Good. Yeah, it sounds like most of you guys like those labs that we did in the first 2 days. And like I said, last year we spent 3 days doing those labs, not two very quick, very filled days. So I knew we would be getting through it a little faster because I wasn't for sure how many people were repeating from last year. So I was trying to keep that part a little short, but I also want to make sure you guys got exposed to that. And we are, and by we are, NDG is looking to potentially add more labs. We're just waiting for that uptake on the current labs, right? And a lot of that's just because it's a really new topic. So I know that's why there hasn't been a whole lot of uptake on it, but it is a great way for you to get introduced to OT, especially coming from the IT side of the house. Yeah, compromise some home IT, thermostats, things like that. Yeah, yeah. That's really the other piece of it is on the OT, we don't necessarily have to have PLC and SCADA and all that other stuff. Even just a little bit of IoT baked into this, especially if we could find a way to make it real, right? So use a Raspberry Pi or use a little microcontroller to do the IO stuff in real life, and tie that back into this CTF challenge.
Yeah, so in one of my classes, one of the activities is to do a Shodan search on what students are, have at home, if it's Alexa, LG Smart TV, whatever it might be. And that's always a real eye opener when they find out, what ports are open and how those IoT devices are vulnerable.
Absolutely. That was actually the name of the thing I was looking for the other day. So when I was talking about the camera, the Axis camera, yes, going out to
Oh,
show
okay. Okay.
that'll get people woke up real fast as to you can pull all sorts of stuff up that are out there listed on Shodan. No, that's cool. That's actually exactly what I see there. We did a conference here about 2 years ago on campus. We always do it for high school students and stuff to get them understanding what cybersecurity is and whatnot. And we had a uh, alumni student that came back and really went through hacking simple IoT light bulbs in houses and just how easy that was to be able to capture the packets and be able to inject new signals to it. And we did it with enough that not only could we could cause some chaos in both the bulb just by breaking it or doing something like that. We could also strobe it at a certain frequency. And by strobing it, as people that have any kind of epilepsy or something like that, it could obviously cause issues there. Um, and then furthermore, we were able to do it where we actually could overdrive it, and we ended up popping the bulb kind of thing. So it was a real interesting, very basic way of going through it, but very real. Most people realized, yeah, I just ordered a bunch of those on Amazon. It's probably not the most secure thing in the world. All right. Well, hopefully this program will get loaded up here. It had to get the binaries. There we go. Seen a huge spike in the background here, so we'll see if it finishes loading up all the Llama binaries. There we go. All right. So what this will do in the beginning is basically allow you to tie in, and this is very, very much similar to the Open Web UI, but I like the presentation of this one better. And so what you can do here is you can do anything LLM, and it will download the models like Mistral and those all powered by Ollama under the hood. You could connect out to, if you had APIs with Open API, the stuff that runs ChatGPT, you could give it your credentials and it would go ahead and use those. Same way with your Gemini, NVIDIA's Hugging Face. If you guys get really into AI models and stuff, Hugging Face is out there, and that's a massive open source collection of LLMs, and there is a lot of LLMs out there. It's kind of a great way for you to kind of pull that. Ollama, this would be one that runs locally, which we obviously already have Ollama installed here. So if I, like this one's trying to connect, if I fired back up my local one, just ran a llama serve, and then we go back to something like this, it actually found that. So it went ahead and auto-discovered it running on my machine. It can see the models that we installed earlier, so I don't have to do a whole lot. We'll just pick Minstrel for the time being. But it does interface with a lot. Grok is another good one that it's a great way to interact, and you can get some free credits out there to do it. Which other ones have I used? Looks like this would just be downloading models directly for some of the others. So by default, we're just going to use that simple Ollama one that's already installed on this machine. You could also click on this one and then tell it you want specific models. And you could scroll down and grab different variants of what you would need. For us, again, we're still going to use this 7B model. What's really cool, like when you get into some of these like Gemma, this is going to be multimodal. So it's going to have more thinking capacity, and it will use some that are better for these are all text-based, right? The other ones will be more image-based. So you might have seen that in ChatGPT where, and I use this a lot, if I have an error in my code or something, instead of me copying and pasting the code, I send it a screenshot of what is wrong. And that way it actually pulls it, it will scan it with the visual model, and then give the information back to the ChatGPT model so that it can write the text back out to me. So there's some pretty cool ones out there. Like this one is Llama 3 Visions. And you can use Lava. Lava is a great one for creating your own pictures. And you guys have all seen these AI generated images and that kind of stuff. Those are those extra models that you can pull in. All right, so I'm going to go back to that Ollama one I had here, because that's just going to run local on my machine. Great. See if I missed that. Really, I did. There it goes. So that one looks good. And again, all my vectors, all my models, anything I do on this system is all stored locally. Just give it a little email address. Again, this is just for local. This is if you wanted to actually do it. I'm going to skip that survey for this time being, and we're going to call this the Summer Working Connections. And now I got this workspace. And so you can see this getting started, all the different things you can do. You can embed documents and chat. What I'm going to do is click on this Summer Working. This is our quote workspace. And then down here in the middle, we want to get started working with a document. So I'm going to click Upload Document. And then on this piece here, get this moved over so I can grab those files. Give me just a second here to grab them. Okay. These are all the PDF documents that I just dragged and dropped in here. Whoops, I put it in the wrong spot. Try that again here. Unless I missed it. Let's try that. This is the part that I'm most interested in. And now that I see this here, I'm super excited. If you've written lots of code, you know there's like AI tools built into VS Code or some of the other ones that are out there. But like when I'm writing software, you get to where the projects get really big and you keep having to give the LLM context on everything. This would allow you to actually connect directly to your repository so it could give us immediate feedback on the code. This is, sorry, I'm kind of nerding out on that side because that's something I've been trying to get connected for about a year and a half, 2 years, and now the tools are all finally there. So that's pretty cool. Okay, and I'm sorry, and it was already uploading these documents, and in this case, it looks like it doubled them up. So let me get rid of some of these here. It's not hallucinating in there. I just didn't have the logs in the background to see them. Now, these were pretty heavy PDFs, and so these PDFs are copies of the labs that you guys did in those first 2 days. Let's remove those there. Okay. So 1 through 14 in here. And so normally you would upload them in here, and then you add them to your workspace is what you see over here on the right-hand side. So that worked great, and we can see almost all of those got up there, other than the ones that got doubled up. And it shouldn't have went out to this actual screen, but then we could say I uploaded. And so when I've tested this in the past, and we can see it kind of cranking underneath the hood. So this is connecting back to my Ollama that I had running under the hood. It grabbed that 70B instance, so it's running the really big model, which I did not intend for it to do. It is doing what's called RAG, and RAG is going to allow this to access these documents without completely retraining the model. It just allows the model to pull instances of those documents as it comes through here. So looking to go through here, and because it pulled the wrong model, I told it to select Mistral, but it looks like it picked my 70B one. It's going to be really, really slow as it tries to come up there. So it's starting to get an answer. I'm going to go ahead and stop it. We'll click on this settings cog over here on the left in our agent. And we want to make sure that it is going to use our Ollama and that we wanted to use the Minstrel one. And I can update this workspace. And so now, from now on, this workspace will use that model as opposed to the other one that was out there. So let's do this same one here. And paste it. And under the hood, let's see if it actually changes the model that it's running on. Now, what I've noticed in playing with this by myself and such is that, again, it's usually slow in the first time because it's got to load everything up into memory. And then from there, it actually interacts with those documents really, really well and really fast. EC Council have something on OT. Yeah, I need to dive in because they usually are pretty good about telling me when they come out with new content and stuff. I've done tons and tons of beta. But I'm curious, did they come out with some OT stuff? Is that what you were seeing, Yuritsa? Okay, great. Great. So I know all these new essentials over here, and I've started to, at first, they just had these first 3, right? Network defense, ethical hacking, and forensics. This DevSecOps one was a great one that I used last fall. And that's got some really cool stuff in it that students were excited to play in. This SOC Essentials is now what I kind of use for my CyberOps curriculum, in conjunction with some of the CYSA stuff from Sec Plus, from CompTIA. And then they got some other essentials out here too, like cloud security, etc. Where was I knew this one. Is this the one you were talking about, Yuritsa? The ICS SCADA one? Okay, yes. Yeah, this one's been out there. It's a little pricey, unless you're very specialized in it. Now, this is like the commercial pricing. to go through there. Even if you're doing a single course, it's way different when you're doing it from the academia side. If you sign up to be their academia academy, it's significantly cheaper. But I have not had a student necessarily go through this one. They don't have any hands-on labs, if I remember correctly. This one was more of a training on how you go through there. I would have to go back and double check and see if that's still the case. But yes, I have seen this ICS SCADA version of what they have. I was hoping they would come out with an essentials version or something like that, because again, usually, at least the price that I've been getting the last couple years, it's been $99 or less. I think after they came out with the if the institution had CAE accreditation, I want to say they got it clear down to $79 or less. And again, that was the free ebook that you have access to, the labs, and the exam voucher, but then they also threw in the exam prep. And so you get access to their exam prep to actually kind of prepare you to go through. You get like 3 or 4 practice exams. And then again, if you're a CAE school, they would even allow you to do a free retake in there as well. So kind of a huge package for any of these essentials, for a student to be able to pay, $79 and get access to the material. And these aren't like very small materials. Just because they say essentials, I assure you, these other ebooks in here are just massive. I tried printing one off and it filled a 2-inch binder in no time. And it's good material. It's readable material. Yeah, the instructors, yep, we all get free access on there. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to sit down for the ICS one, but I want to say the cost on that one was $300 or $400 for the student, something like that. I'd have to dig in my backside files and see if I could find what that was. That was EC Council. And I don't know that I have an updated pricing sheet here. This one's from a while ago. So this one's almost 3 years old, but I could tell you what it was at that point in time. So yeah, it's actually not too bad. This was back when they did iLabs, which is, it's all changed. Actually, they went away from iLabs and then came back to iLabs. But it looks like for this one, the labs itself is about $99 for the partner rate. List rate is $149. And if you want access to the ebook and all the labs, it was about $288. And then if you want the labs, the exam voucher with remote proctoring, almost all their stuff offers remote proctoring. It was $538 partner price. And then if you wanted video lectures that went along with it, it was $699. So that's about in line with the pricing that I had seen. Yeah, is that the more recent one, Yuritsa? Tell you what, I will turn the recording back on. Let's see what we got here. So it looks like it was able to scan it, tell us a little bit of what they were doing in those labs, and kind of go through. So I could ask something like, could you lab 06? Let's see if it's actually still utilized. I didn't look to see if it was using the new model or the old model. I got distracted there. All right, so based off that slowness, it's still using this 70B model is what I can tell. So let me close this server down since we lost that. And let me tell it to use a local system so that it would go there. System default, update that, great. And then over on this side, let's go to our AI provider. And let's tell it to just download that Mistral 7 so that we don't worry about it. Activate. And save changes. Okay, so it's going to go ahead and pull that one back. Shouldn't take very long for it to come in. We can see it sitting up here. So there again, the thing I've really liked about this package, and I just learned this on Saturday, I'll be honest, is it is taken a lot of the headache, as you guys saw me in the very beginning. You kind of had to run some command line stuff and run some Docker containers to make all this usable to the end user. This Anything LLM has been a fantastic package, and that's what I'm trying to bake in for the other product there. The cool part is you can rebrand this if you want to and kind of run your own front end and some other ones there. For me, what I was going to use in the Forge CTF project was it was just going to be there for us to interact with directly if we wanted to, but it has an API to it, so I can write a Django app front end, which was my goal. That would kind of give us a nice little wizard walkthrough. And instead of you having to click back over here to do stuff with it and then click back over, it would be this nice one-shot interface kind of thing. All right, so let's go back to the workspace here and let's ask about Lab 6 again. Okay, so it doesn't have context, so it might have lost the connections to our documents. So let's see what we can do about that. Actually, should have been able to see that in here. Okay, it's got its own little vector database set up. I wonder if that's because we already did some. So let me look here. Do it this way here. Delete those. Okay. And remove selected. Close that, and then we can go back into that same screen and have it move it to the workspace. Okay, that's better. In our workspace, we can create a new thread. There we go. It already has those pinned in there. Great. There you go. So you can see this one with the 7B over the really big model does a really good job of kind of focusing on what these are. So we could say summarize Lab 06. And actually what it wants is the title of it. I found that was a thing in there. So we would say this title here. There we go. It's interesting. Usually I have it pulled right through there. So there it actually referenced a couple other labs that weren't in that particular citation. What you'll notice here though is this is all running at about 59 tokens per second. So really, really good in terms of interaction. Like I said, if you get above 10, you can interact with it pretty good. If you go back to this one here on the defaults that we looked at, I don't know if it'll show us those or not. Yeah, it doesn't have those tokens per second. Yeah, there you go. About 1 token per second. So that's the reason it was so slow in terms of doing pretty much a couple chunks at a time there. So if I put this directly in there just to see what it will do with that. Keep getting lost in what I'm doing here. There we go. All right, so we'll load up that file. There we go. All right, so we can get a little bit of detail there. I'm not sure why it's focusing in again on those three, not the one that I told it to. And this could be because of that lighter model that I had in here too. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is it really doesn't know because I brought them in separately in there, as to the model it's running in the background. Let's see if that's still the case. Looks good. And then what's nice is you can have these agent skills, and that's what somebody asked me earlier is, can we use other models in conjunction with one another? This is stuff that I was getting ready to try to work on myself. And I've kind of played a little bit with it before I was brought into this particular tool. But what this would allow you to do is turn off like abilities for it to go scrape on websites or do long-term memory so it kind of understands you over time, doing web searches and generating charts, aka graphics. You could also hook it into other flows. I've seen that too, where you take one and send it to another that sends to another, and you can have it do all sorts of stuff. I've seen different videos and such where people are connecting this out to do real actions with real things. You can set particular providers for voice transcription. For me, it was like the embedder, and that's the embedder that's baked in. You could also use some other models for that kind of thing, and pull it in. So I know that's a real high level overview, but it is pretty slick to be able to play with this right here on your machine. And I don't have to have a super powerful machine to do it, as long as I use a reasonable size model in order to pull that out. All right. So let's see here. We were mostly wanting it to pull out some of these to ask some questions. So obviously you could use something local to do that. We could use, back to our normal ChatGPT or whatever we decided to do. Where would you guys like to go next with the CTF portion of this? So we talked about building out a Jeopardy style. Do we want to let everybody kind of go find some questions and we put all the questions together? Do we want to modify the one that came in? Kind of want feedback from the group here. So. Yeah, that sounds good. So, I guess to play organizer there, let's have everybody go out and see if you can't come up with at least 1 to 2 OT or IT style questions that would fit within our capture the flag environment. I guess before we go with that, let's find out what categories we want. So let me go back into this one that we created. And let me dump the challenges out that we were testing. And so I would say to get started, we really need to come up with our categories. So what kind of categories would you guys like for this CTF? And again, my goal is to give you guys a zip file at the end here so that you guys have it. Okay, so you're saying you want it kind of focused on NIST OT stuff. Let's take a look at that.
And Jason, I think that's correct from what I did during lunch.
This one here.
I'm not sure if that's the right one.
That was the number you sent, but I didn't know if you had oh, you had OT. That pulled up SP. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to look at the OT one. I think that's the number.
I think you're right.
There she is. Yeah, you got it. That's
This
the
one here.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see here. All right, so it would have been based off this one here. Now, where's the actual document? Let's see.
And that's just a suggestion.
Yeah. Well, if they had the latest copy posted out here, they're bragging on that pretty hard. This is the initial public. There we go. There's Rev 3. That's what I was looking for. Okay. There again. So if what kind of categories this was to help us build the categories? Is that what you were after?
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at our categories and see what we have here. Better. I'm going to take this down. Usually these have some pretty, yeah, so cybersecurity architecture, risk management. Okay. So let's do this. See if we can't pull up at least a good summarization of categories out of that. So I went ahead and fed that into that same one that we had already kind of trained it for the questions that we were looking for, just to primarily figure out what the good categories out of that document might be. And then my goal is to have everybody just kind of pick a category, go grab one or two questions from whatever LLM that you wanted to do, whether you did the local one that we just kind of set up, or if you have access to whatever. The goal there is I wanted people to use something other than ChatGPT, use other models that you may or may not have access to, and that'll kind of help us out. So it looks like these are kind of the main ones that would map to good challenge categories. And I could see where that would work. So yeah, you have your 8 core domains that they have up there. That might be a little bit much because most of you are going to be using this for OT, like an introductory type course to OT, right? Is that how most of you plan to use this?
Yeah, I guess where I got my thinking from was the NIST 2.0 framework for security. That's
Gotcha.
why I went. That's why I went with the NIST document because I do that NIST 2.0 in my security classes, even though it's a lot.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a bad idea, and I think it should somewhat align because then you can expand on it later. But with most of you looking to build this out as kind of a fundamentals of OT, and really with them coming from an IT background, focusing in on probably these topics down here is probably closer to what you could probably get in the introductory side. So, having questions based around comparing OT and IT. Like for example, we talked about the triad, the different comparisons there. Um, General architecture might work. What do you guys think? I'm open for whatever. The goal here is maybe we come up with 4 or 5 categories, and then we kind of let everybody pull some questions from there. So. So let me do this page here since we're sitting here talking about it. This one. Oops. So what do you guys think would be a good idea for some categories based off what we've seen there?
It would be interesting what CompTIA, the SEC OT plus, those competencies would entail.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it doesn't sound like
And we don't have those yet.
yeah, yep.
But integrating that into an introduction might be the way to go.
Yeah, the problem is we don't know what they're doing with that other than that one announcement page, right? Is that pretty much what we've seen?
Yeah, maybe you can feed the announcement page into the model. That might be helpful. I don't know.
Yeah, let's see if we can. So I figured they were going to chase something around CMMMC because that's a pretty hot topic. Um, Industrial cybersecurity. Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. If you guys can come up with what they're looking to pull out of this, then that would give us some good details. Looks like the SANS Institute is kind of pulling out a course specifically for OT as well. And it looks like one's about to debut here at the end of next month. So curious what SANS is going to do with that. All right, so they're pretty much coming up with the same thoughts of what would be in there. So what's their lowest level? Looks like this 418. So pen testing, essentials, and response. There you go. They got a foundations course. That's a good start. So let's look at that course as a foundations to see if they'll happen to give us any objectives. Okay. So yeah, you talked about your NIST 82, the NERC-CIP. Okay. It's course syllabus.
No, this 82 is different.
Yeah.
When I was looking at it, was 53. I don't know what 82 is.
Yeah, it's funny because they're using the same case studies that we did. So the Colonial Pipeline, the Ukraine stuff, this is all what those initial lab sets were based on. And they were really recent events too. All right, and so their labs, they're working in something very similar there too. Great. The 5 critical ICS security controls. Those are the main security controls, which kind of maps up with what we were just looking at. What about the name that protocol or port or tool? Yeah, we could do that. I like that one. Taking that Jeopardy thing to heart. I like it. So let's do okay. Any other thoughts on categories? This is just me keeping a running list of categories that'll be out there on that webpage so that you guys can do some Google searching or AI to figure out some questions that we may want to use in those different categories. There was another one here. That was the foundations, the security essentials. That's what I'm curious. Well, we could even do this too. What's in their full syllabus? Okay, so this is for that 882. Basically building business case for OT cybersecurity programs. Okay, makes sense. Should there be a category based on types of attacks, like they may know most of, but curious? Let's see here. Category based on types of attacks. Yeah, I think we could come up with that. And is that more tailored towards what you saw in the labs in the first 2 days, or just in general of the type of attacks that they would see? Yeah, the stuff we did in labs 10 to 14. Yep, we could see that.
I just realized I could talk. I'm here, I'm typing. I'm like, wait a minute, I can talk here. Sorry, yeah, I was just thinking about the attacks we covered, but I mean, there's only a limited amount. The man in the middle, DOS, they probably, but I've just figured that, I don't know, it could be a cool category.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because if you look here at the end of SANS, right, their last thing they do in this syllabus is a CTF, capstone CTF. So, like I said, this is really the way people like to do their trainings anymore. That they'll have to go through, in this case, identify any indicators of compromise and determine the actions that need to be taken based off that. This is really good. I like this.
That's a good one too, right there. Indicators of compromise. I like that.
These guys are focused a little bit on the governance side of things, a little bit of the supervisory side. Okay. Performing attacks on the HMI. This would basically be like what we did, the man in the middle type attacks.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a question on how to ask questions based on like everything from the PLC SCADA to the Modbus, everything we talked about, but I couldn't say I could. Let me ask my computer.
Did anybody else find anything about the CompTIA? Any leaked syllabus stuff?
Not yet, still looking.
All right.
I know my CYSA test had a lot of like a lot of IoT concepts. I don't know if they went that deep, what we've got in here, but they had, a lot of concepts based on that stuff.
Yeah, and I saw that even in our lab sets, they go pretty deep in that side. I was curious if they would just have any kind of highlighted information here. Yeah, they're looking for the people to write the labs right now, which is common. I've seen these advertisements quite a bit from them, so. If anybody's done these, I've had some friends that have gone and done these, and it's not a bad little stipend for doing a little bit of work. So plus it counts as your CEUs for the certs. So
Yeah, okay, now you got my attention.
yeah. Well, that tells me that they're coming out with it, but they don't know what they're doing yet. They don't know what they don't know. This is pretty accurate. Okay. Well, if we look back at the categories they had that were in the other system, I'll just list them down here so we can see them. So they had OT fundamentals, OT networking based questions, and then PLC programming. And industrial protocols. OT security. So that the ones that old ChatGPT came up with the first time when I had to build those random questions, it starts to align with what we were looking at here, right? So industrial protocols is really this what you were looking at was, hey, here's some protocols. What is it? Or if you're looking at this, what does it look like? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
For example, what protocol uses function code 0x03 to read holding registers? You know, that's a pretty good chance for us to go look. And you guys should know that one. Do you happen to know what protocol reads registers? It was the one we talked about the most out of the whole week.
Everybody's went quiet.
I know. I put them all to sleep now. We got way too deep in the woods. Modbus. There you go, Debbie. Thank you.
I didn't want to say anything. I talk too much.
You got my lifeline, Debbie. I appreciate that.
I'm busy contacting the media director at CompTIA about SECOT Plus and seeing if there's going to be a beta exam and if there's any other information he could send me. I'm emailing him right now.
That's all we did. I was asking a bunch of my questions yesterday. The 502, the Modbus communications, like, what exactly does this do again? Oh, just never mind. Just help them talk. Never mind. Whenever I see a new concept, I'll be like, my mind goes immediately to some complicated, crazy thing, and then you see what it really does. You're like, oh, all right, cool.
Yeah, you're right. So based off what I'm seeing here is they're still in the development phase. I don't think there's an actual content written yet. They're still hiring the SMEs to write the content of both the course and the exam from what their website's looking like. I could be wrong there. Again, I'm far from a CompTIA expert, but based off what I'd seen back when I was working, trying to get some of those other lab sets, that was kind of the natural progression. They would put out a call for SMEs and then kind of build stuff out from there.
I'm curious about how you feel about. I know I'm a CompTIA baby with the CISA pen test and the CASP, and I know others of you guys are EC people, like the other side of the other ethical hacking stuff. And I'm just curious what side of the fence everybody falls on, what everybody thinks about CompTIA.
Yeah, so I mean, me personally, CompTIA early on had a bad rep, right? There was NetPlus, whatever was gonna compare to Cisco, CCNA, CCNP, et cetera, et cetera. Nowadays, I find that completely opposite. Like, if you say you had a CCNA or a CCNP, it used to mean something when you walked into a business. Now, in some cases, a lot of my students come in and say, "Oh yeah, I went and got it," and the business doesn't want anything to do with them because they think you're okay. Now you know one vendor, you don't know anything else, and in some cases, they're not wrong. It's the students that expand and say, "Okay, let me take the knowledge out of the Cisco Networking Academy." But apply it to other vendors. And I was very, very fortunate to have a mentor that caught me about my junior year and said, "Hey, look, man, Cisco's on its way out. There's all these new vendors out there, Brocade, Juniper, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You really need to go study their stuff." There's no training, no formal training or anything else, but if you can speak Cisco, you just need to figure out the equivalent on XYZ vendor. And that was huge. That was a turning point in my career. So that's a long way of saying I used to look down on CompTIA. Now I like CompTIA a lot. Like I
I get
said,
a
I'm
lot of,
trying to get my other instructors to go CompTIA.
a lot of my guys get jobs and they tell me that they're required the Security Plus to get these little big fancier jobs that they
Yep.
require it. And that's going on in Georgia. I don't know if that's going on everywhere else, but like A Plus and Security Plus and Net Plus and are becoming kind of requirements for a lot of the jobs by people trying to get.
From what students have given me feedback on is Sec Plus is pretty much an entry level. It's what you have on the resume to get you into the job. And so that's why I push that a little bit harder here now, is for students to potentially, if they're not getting job offers right away, then go do that Sec Plus during vacation during the summer after you graduate or whenever your rotation is. And that hopefully should help you get your foot in the door on some of these other job opportunities. So that's interesting, Yuritsa, because I'm looking for that kind of feedback. Um, like right now, our Sec Plus stuff, just because of the course that we had it labeled in, is at a 600 level. And so we don't tend to put our undergrads in that because we want them to have that in their grad side. But because I'm hearing that it's more and more commonplace, I'm trying to get that moved down into a lower number so that our undergrads are more apt after it and pushing some of these other higher level certs at the grad side. So that's good to know, James. And I'm curious there. Do you teach the CYSA, Yuritsa? Okay. Do you teach Sec Plus as well? Great, great. So what's your thoughts between the two and at a undergrad level? I'm assuming that's what most of this is all under. Sec Plus has more content. Yeah, I could see that. They're definitely covering a wide range of objectives there, that's for sure. Which is why, at least the way I was getting from students, is it's more of a wide range. Like there's some technical skills to it, but it's because it's such a base knowledge type certification that you have to cover a lot in there. Yeah, so that CYSA is actually what I was targeting towards my information assurance students that are more of the management, the disaster recovery, policy, compliance driven, that kind of side. So it's good to know. That's good to know.
You know, all that yesterday, I meant to ask yesterday with all that discussion about how to pivot and how to avoid, going through some of the firewall, like going directly to devices. Is there a way to like detect or detect or even possibly prevent that kind of like that kind of activity? Like, is there a way to spot that that's going on? Like, is there an IDS, a simple device that can see that stuff, or would you need to do something else?
No, basically having an IDS IPS on the network would fix that stuff in a heartbeat. So
Mhm. Yeah, it'd just be like, that's weird. That's something that's weird over there. Gotcha.
yeah, like for me, like because of the Palo Alto background and that kind of stuff, like if I had a Palo there instead of that PF Sense, I would have seen one, it wouldn't have got past the rules to go between zones, so to speak. And then two, you would get a deeper insight into that traffic going through there. So because it's actually analyzing the traffic and not relying on a protocol or a port number rather, um, that would be huge, right? Because otherwise, if they just bury it in 443 traffic, well, we can't just shut off 443 traffic. So we need to be able to know that the traffic that's going through there is not web traffic, that they're doing something nefarious.
I mean, we could, but yeah.
Yeah. So, and you obviously don't have to go full blown Palo Alto, right? I mean, you could do something with Burp Suite, and be able to do snort and things like that to be able to see what's going on the network, those would absolutely help. Not burp suite, but snort.
Snort. Yeah, we train on snort a little bit, but students have that blank look when they're done, like,
It's a very low level one. So Zeek is another good one there. And there's some good labs if you guys are interested in Zeek on
right, write it out. All right, Zeke.
NetLab. NetLab's got some good labs. They came out of the University of South Carolina on bringing those up.
Yeah, I got your response for your NDG people. They're gonna do a little thing with me later, because I can't wait to see the cybersecurity lab section you have on that.
Yeah, yeah. So these were some labs that were developed out of the University of South Carolina. And one of those is going to be, if I can find the right one here, Zeek, intrusion detection. It's a little bit older now, but it still serves the same purpose. This was right after they rebranded. But it's good labs. They'll take you clear down into how you can script and build your own IDS and that pieces. And a lot of tools out there today use snort rules and whatnot, right? It's just they branded over the top of it, but they still have all the same underlying tech. This is also where you can get into some machine learning on, analyzing those logs and stuff like that. So a little bit of ML in combination of what they're doing. That's really what's setting the new products apart. Is it's not so much the terminology of AI that we use and like we're familiar with in large language models. It's really the machine learning side of it where these things are starting to get better and better and better to detect real-time issues. Of course, they're going to brand it as AI powered, but it was always there. It was machine learning from the 60s. And machine learning's been around for a very long time.
Yeah, I saw one of y'all post something about CYSA. There's definitely a difference with the CISA and the pen test. As far as the concentration of questions, so there's no doubt.
Yeah. That pen test was the one I was always kind of driving them towards because it's the closest thing to the EC Council ethical hacking, right?
Yeah.
And now, of course, they've got their Ethical Hacker Pro and where that kind of falls into this. But Pentest Plus, they got a whole suite of stuff, that's for sure.
Well,
This isn't one that your average Joe Schmo is going to go get.
right there, right, yeah. A lot of this is based on they test out the CompTIA training because they got those ethical hacking courses. So, they're definitely spreading out a little bit more, but I like it. See, I was the cast there. I haven't gone there yet. That's supposed to be the next thing I do, in the evolution of CompTIA. You have to follow the path.
Yeah, those are some interesting ones. Like you said, they keep growing. They're definitely not going away. I think the biggest deal now is these guys are now very much private, aren't they? Didn't they get bought out by
Test I got bought out by CompTIA.
there's that part of it, but isn't CompTIA now? Yeah, it's bought out by an investing company. I thought that's
is really?
Yeah.
That explains their changes lately. Got it.
Yeah. So they're going to be more money driven at this point.
No, it started your CompTIA. No, we all know that means something. It's going to change.
Following VMware's model.
Right.
Throw out academia and go with the high price cuts.
Yeah. That's funny.
And that's why I was curious with many of you teaching the CompTIA side, what are your thoughts moving forward? I mean, is it something that we should pursue or is it starting to go under a whole different realm? So
let's see if the exams go up double.
Right.
Let's see if they go from $358 to $700.
Yeah.
That'll tell.
Well, the other part is if it's still accepted by all the HR departments as a gateway, we've got to accept it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is in Georgia. I mean, there's a lot of companies that are heavy on this still, so we're not going to change anytime soon. I think there's some other Georgia people here. Where are my Georgia people? They're
He
quiet.
just he crossed the border and he get to Jacksonville.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Well, I spent time in Atlanta and at the Institute of Technology.
Georgia Tech.
Yes, Georgia Tech. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been there, done that. And like I said earlier this week, they used our model for cloud computing over there. So yeah, deep ties.
Like you said, we've had connecting the technical colleges to the four-year colleges has always been a task. Our classes have been written different, our curriculums are written different. You got your number scheme at the four-year college, which is nowhere near like the number scheme at the technical college. So we're still trying to get past that. How do we bridge just you speaking this language and I speak this language? We need a
Well,
Modbus.
well, community colleges has always been fast on their feet, trying to respond to business and industry quicker than 4 years.
Because they can.
That's my opinion.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's because they can. Man,
Yeah.
it is a wheel to grease to get a new course in at a 4-year. I can tell you that. We push the boundaries of what you can do, but it is a year to year and a half long process to go through all the meetings and all the different things in order to get a new course launched. So you can imagine that backs up. Well, now all of a sudden you're 2-3 years out before you can have that course. It's crazy.
Well, like AI, Houston Community College, which is now Houston City College, 4 years ago, we implemented the AI with Intel program, at least 4 years ago. And here this year, Rice finally got an AI program. So HCC was 3 years, three to almost 4 years ahead of Rice in getting an AI program.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting. They're doing some of that, Yuritsa, getting rid of some of those as they go through. Yeah. Yeah, John's always a good one to work with on developing class materials. Yeah, and that's just it. John and the guys that do the open source materials and stuff work really, really well. You always got to get that industry back or some kind of grant to pay for it. And he's always been really good at chasing grants. Because I've worked with him on I don't know how many. But you got to have somebody back that kind of stuff. And now with the change in the academic atmosphere of grants and stuff like that, it's either going to get better or worse as we kind of weed out some of the fat that was there in some of the spending, if that makes sense. Yeah, I hear you, Rafal. We're the same way, right? So we used to be the cheapest 4-year college in Kansas, period. And we used to hold that title for a very, very long time. Only until recently has that finally changed. And even then, we're still at a fairly low tuition rate compared to some of those around us, even our other state schools. So we try very hard to use open materials where we can. Obviously, it isn't going to work across the board at a 4-year, but we do have those open resources, and the department actually gets money back for writing courses that way as well.
Yeah, almost every semester I get these emails from my students. But with a good number of them, they send an email saying, "Can you give me a few weeks until I get the money to buy the test out?" They don't have the money, which is really sad. So I think there should be a way for us as instructors to do something about this. We can't just force them to buy these expensive materials.
Jason, you may have already said this, but there's the answer from Steve at CompTIA about what they're doing for SEC OT Plus.
Oh, okay.
And you go to that link and it shows what they're going to be paying for the SMEs.
Did you put that link somewhere?
I put her in the chatteroo.
Okay. Must have scrolled over that, not seen that.
Yeah, that's why I'm seriously considering looking at NetACAD ethical hacking to see if I can replace the CompTIA one. Just using that.
You might check to see, JB, if you sent that to everyone or if you just sent that to somebody directly.
Yeah, that's what it is. Stand by.
I had a suspicion that that's what happened. Yeah, so the NetACAD side, Yuritsa, and that's interesting so that's my vision on Cisco, and I've worked with them for so many years. But again, the NetACAD, there's funding. The funding's drying up, right? And that's where they're now focused on this skills for all piece of it. And at some point, what's the cost benefit of working directly with academies and schools versus just having an open platform like Skills for All? So Cisco used to have so much money they would dump in that academy, but they don't have that kind of money flow like they used to. And the people that were there that helped that academy really sustain are no longer available. They've moved on to other jobs.
Yeah.
I figured so that is in line with what we were seeing on the website there was exactly that, right? It's good to know. Yep, that's exactly the one we were pulling up there. Cool. And that's really what I like finding out at these workshops is what are you guys seeing that industry is asking of your students? Because I'm fortunate that a lot of our students communicate back to us to give me a lot of information and feedback. And there again, half of them, a vast majority of them don't really care about a cert. It will help some of them to get an initial pay raise, but a lot of the students are just getting in at a 40,000 a year, 50,000 a year job, being part of the SOC or something. And then once they get into that initial job, they start paying for all these certs. And then from there, they can start tiering on up. There'll be other employers though that, take my grad students and swipe them up real quick, not because it's a grad degree, but because of the concepts and the questions they ask during interviews, they can talk intelligently to some of the topics and they'll go get them the CMMC certifications and all the other stuff that's out there now. And they'll get thousands and thousands of dollars worth of certs in the first year or two.
But that's the difference between having some experience before you go in and just trying to get in the door, which
yeah, you got
most of our guys are just trying to get in the door. So the base certs is what we're after.
I hear
and
you.
Again, I can tell you as a hiring manager, I could care less about a cert. I wanted to see the experience. I wanted to see the what the person basically, sort of acted like, how they presented themselves. Were they trainable? Quickly trainable, if you will. Because the cert was something I got them once they got there, just because they felt better about having them, but I didn't care about them. And I was, and I had guys managing, terabytes of information, petabytes of information. I had huge data centers.
Nope, that falls very much in line with what I hear. That's very much. And most of these businesses, the only ones that quote care about certs, it's because they tout to their customers that they have XYZ staff. That's it. So it's, if they want to go after some new grant or new bid or something like that, and a bid requires that everybody be CMMM certified, for example, then they go and grab the crew that is all certified, and now they can go after that bid. Otherwise, they don't care.
If you're working on a government contract, some of those things are written in. Yeah. And if you're working with some big companies, HR departments, they have their own templates. And that's why I'm saying most of these certs are door busters. This gets you in the door. Yeah. But actual performance, I remember one time I actually took an IQ test. to get a director job. It had nothing to do with anything. It was a general IQ test. Look at the shapes and all the crazy stuff like that. Because for some reason they wanted analytical thinkers, but they didn't care what you thought about. They just wanted you to be able to think. And this is for a $200,000 job.
Sounds
I got it, by the way.
It sounds a lot like upper management. I didn't say that out loud.
No, that's what it was. That's what it was. You had to be able to do that kind of stuff. But what did I do? I managed a room full of experts who did all the CompTIA stuff.
And that is an art in and of itself. I can tell you that.
I can tell you, I was so happy when they caught the Unabomber. I thought he was working for me.
Yeah, I agree. And there again, the project management side, that's stuff that I try to get more into our classes than anything else. Particularly just being able to manage time. Learn how to manage your time, because you may be the smartest one, but if it's taking you too long to accomplish it and you're going off on little areas, the employer doesn't care. Time is money. So I agree, Yuri. So that's by a long shot. And whether or not they got a cert and that means anything, that's the problem with certs, and always has been the problem with certs in IT, is it's meant to tell you that this person at least studied this and scored this. But so many of these certs are question based, and today there's so many different ways that you can cheat and brain dump and do all this other kind of stuff to get that said cert, but you have no working knowledge of whatever that cert was all about. And I've seen that with so many of my students.
Yeah, it's what you're trying to get a lot of times when you're interviewing them is how are they going to solve a problem, and how are they going to do it reasonably, not what can they spit back at you. So I always got a kick out of an Oracle DBA guy that we used to go to all the time when our databases used to break. He says, look, I'm not worried about what your problem is. All I want to worry about is how I get you back. Then I'll figure out what happened. And he was amazing. And you take a look at the problem from, let me fix it first, as opposed to what is it first. It was, his thought process was incredible. Well, if I could have had a room full of him, I would have been great.
Yeah, no. And I agree. Those personal skills, that's also, the ability for people to talk and interact with people. So many of those IT guys want to be shut up in a room, and that just doesn't work that way.
Well, they advertise it to them that way, and it's not how it works.
Yeah.
IT people have to interact with people a lot more than they think. They get to do their work when nobody's around, but when they're around, they spend their whole time explaining things to people.
I've converted a lot of good students over from my cyber security masters over to the information assurance side. And I've had guys that, had really no IT experience or background, but they can talk to people. As a matter of fact, I had a football player in here that, studied in human health performance, but man, he had charisma. When he walked in a room, you could just interact with him. You could talk to him. And so while he had, the brain to do the cybersecurity pen testing, I could trigger that immediately, and I got him over to information assurance. And now he's a CISO, and he can work with multiple institutions, works for a vCISO type company, and really thrived in that environment. Didn't have to have a huge technical background, but really being able to communicate with people was huge. And I have several students that are starting to understand that. If I can catch early on that they can communicate, then I try to drive them down that path, because quite frankly, those guys are making more money now than even the IT technical guys. The people that can do the vCISO work, they're making way more money than the IT side.
Oh, no, the guys that can do that kind of stuff. I mean, my son was an environmental engineer, and he used to do what they call phase inspections when people were trying to transfer properties, and everybody's trying to hide everything while they're doing that. Well, if you're a very personable person and you have nice little discussions with people, you can find where there's probably a problem by just schmoozing your way through it. I mean, He was very good at that. He'd walk into a building that was a dentist office and say, "Oh, wow, this is great. How long have you been here?" "Oh, 40 years." "Oh, really? Well, what'd you do? What'd you do about your x-rays?" "Oh, we took them right here on site." "Oh, really? Which room was that in?" And then he'd have them drill right outside that room and find out if it was leaking. You know, that was the kind of stuff he used to do all the time. He was amazing at that. So you
Perfect
got to
social
you got those are yeah, it's social engineering, but it's social engineering from an audit perspective. That's why I used to tell people with audit. That's why you don't talk to auditors, because if you get a good auditor and you talk to him, he will kill you.
Absolutely.
If he's good at it, he'll talk to you. You'll never know what he's doing, but he's putting it all in the background. Between PMs and auditors, they're very good at that kind of stuff. The good ones. Now, if you get one that takes out his checklist and it looks like he just got out of school from that checklist, you're good now. You just give them all the standard answers and everybody's happy.
Yeah, I hear you, and I'm listening to what Yuritsa and Hector's talking about too, and I agree. It's really hard. One, we're trying to get these students jobs, right? That's always our thing. They're struggling on these tests because now they're getting disqualified for things that have nothing to do with, taking the test. And at the end of the day, you're trying to figure out whether or not is that cert really worth it? Is it going to be better in my job, et cetera, et cetera. We looked at, standing up our own testing centers in that case when you can. Obviously, you still have all the proctors, and that was actually what helped or hurt us on the EC Council, was trying to find somebody to be our testing manager that had no IT experience. They actually can't have any kind of experience in there whatsoever. And so that even ruled out the simplest of like our admin assistants and things like that. We couldn't even have them run it. Yeah, some of the testing centers, when I took some of my last certs, has been a long time ago. It was an AWS cert. They absolutely had cameras, even on a live proctored test exam center. Well, we're about 15 minutes to 3:30, and we had kind of a lunch, or not a lunch, a break up in here as well. So this to me looks like a good time to take that little 15-minute break. When we come back, I like the discussions. I hope that everybody's liking those kind of discussions, because that to me, again, is the definition of a workshop versus a session at a conference, right? So we can definitely continue down that road. If you guys want to help build out some of the CTF stuff, or if you're happy with where we're at, you want to do a little bit of playing so you have a better feel for what it is, that makes total sense too. But we'll take about 15 minutes and then come back and visit a little bit more about all that.